Hello, good evening, and good day, everybody, and welcome back to this extraordinary episode of Ask Abhijit, episode 336. Extraordinary because it is an unscheduled one. We usually do it on weekends, but we have the Iran war situation going on, and we need to keep an eye on that, and that's why I am doing this one. So, yeah, we're going to mainly discuss the Iran war, but I'll also take questions about any other topics that you have. But I hope it's mainly about the situation because it is turning into a global crisis. It's turning into a genuine global crisis. A lot of pressure is on India right now, and we'll discuss that also, why there is a lot of pressure on India right now and increasing pressure on India. So before we get into all these things, let's see what is there on the live stream. I can see Toxic Kratos, Shrishti Siliguri, Kapalin 13, Aditya Kumar Ram, I Ankit, it's Neil, Akshay Bhardwaj, Panduranga 07, Kennel 4605, Nabanita Das, hello. Coco Tyrion from the UK, hello. Uchiha J7E, namaste. Meet Mystery, Apurva Anupama, Amrit Singh, Abhishek Shukla live, and Holi ki Shubkamnaएं to everybody. Wish you all a very happy Holi. Shri Ramachandraya Namaha, Alka Shikari, namaste. Tripti, hello. Manhattan I6W, Somi is here from Jaipur, real painter, shalom. Om Bekerikar, hello. Uchiha, Kanishk Karhana, Shashank Kaushik, good evening. Ryan J6, Heisenberg, hello. Akshay Bhardwaj, S. Morgan, Trace Commas Mindset, Arigato. Mr. Rohit, Raj Thapa, Kamal Prashar from Meerut, UP, Anshuman Bahuguna, Meet Raj Singh Chudasama, Proper Jellyfish, Random Skull, JS, Jai Shri Krishna, Shreyas Jadhav, Shashank Kaushik, Uditya Sisodia, Atmadeep Datta, Crazy Brain, good evening. It's Neil, Heisenberg, Hyphen, and so many other people. Who else? We have Anshul, Doordarshan, Ramesh Chaudhary, namaste. Kanishk, also Aman, George, ready, always ready. Anyan Gaur, unbelievable to be able. Priyanshu Poli, Sumit Agarwal, Manhattan, Soldier Boy, Advait Ashwini, Aryavarth, Rudra Avatar, Aditya once again, ETL Masters, History Go, Teen Talks 1727, it's Neil, Sunex, Priyanshu, Swastik Kole, and everyone else. All right. Thank you so much for being on the live stream. As always, thank you very much. So, yeah, Iran. The Iran war is going on. The entire matter is escalating. It's going beyond just the Gulf region now. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, and it's creating a global crisis, a global shock, not just oil, but even other things as well. And there's escalation in our own backyard now. There's escalation in India's own backyard. And the way things are going, many other nations could get involved over time. And if other nations get involved, if European nations get involved, if Russia gets involved, if China gets involved, if India is dragged into this matter, this is no longer a regional conflict. It's a world war. Yeah. So Donald Trump has dragged us into the situation. It's becoming a global crisis. So what has happened thus far? It's been 4 days of the war. The war has been going on for 4 days. The war began on a weekend. Trump thought that it will be over in a weekend's time, but clearly not the case. Right? Clearly, that's not what happened. It's still going on, and Iran is demonstrating surprising resilience. And Iran is demonstrating that it can hit back at everybody. It's targeted how many countries so far? Obviously, Israel has been targeted. The US assets have all been targeted in all the Gulf nations. So it's like 7, 8, 9 nations that have been targeted by Iran thus far. Mainly Israel, and also some of the other all the other Gulf countries where the US has assets, military bases, and so on. And it looks like the damage that Iran is causing is significant. Now, if you look at Twitter, X, they are no longer allowing uploads of more recent events, videos especially. Israel apparently has imposed a blackout on videos, so videos can't come out of Israel of what's happening, because it looks like Iran is turning Tel Aviv into Gaza. Iran is doing very heavy missile strikes on all these Israeli assets, Israeli cities. Iran looks like it has done significant damage to the US Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain, and so much more. So let's quickly go through. I've got these notes here, and let's quickly go through as to what's happened. So, as of today morning, Israel has launched 10 waves of airstrikes on Tehran. So the Israelis are going after Tehran. They are hitting Tehran mainly. You know, what's interesting? Before this war began, there was clearly a certain amount of dissatisfaction against the Iranian regime among the people of Iran. There were some parts of Iran where a lot of people did not support the regime. They wanted the regime to go. And this sentiment was mainly concentrated in the large cities of Iran, because that's where you have the educated people, the English-speaking people, and so on. And many of those people wanted this government to be overthrown, the regime of the Ayatollahs and Mullahs. So many of these people in the big cities wanted the regime to be overthrown. Many of these people wanted America to do a regime change. And what is the US and Israel, what are they doing? They are bombarding those cities. They are bombarding the cities where you have pro-US sentiment. And they are doing heavy bombardment. 10 waves of airstrikes thus far by Israel itself, by Israel alone. Yeah. And then Israel goes and does an airstrike on a school, an Iranian school. It causes the deaths of, I don't know, more than 150 children, girls. Do you think that sentiment, that pro-US sentiment and anti-Iran government sentiment will continue if US and Israel continues to do that? So wherever you have the sentiment that wherever you had this sentiment that was pro-US, anti-Iran, those places have been bombed. And the regions in Iran where you have a pro-regime sentiment, that's the small towns and rural areas. Nothing has happened there. And obviously, the US and Israel went ahead and assassinated the Ayatollah, the supreme leader of not just Iran, but the entire Shia community in the world. And this happened during the Islamic sacred month of Ramadan. So it's like going back to the early days of the Shia faith, right? When Imam Hussein was martyred at Karbala. That's the kind of thing that the Americans have done. So it was a fantastic tactical victory for the Americans. They decapitated the leadership, they took out the Ayatollah. But it's a strategic disaster because it has unified the country. The Shia faith is all based on martyrdom, on sacrifice. And they have evoked precisely those sentiments. And that's unified not just the nation of Iran, but all the Shia people in the world, and even the Sunni people are coming in support. It's a strategic disaster. Okay? Because now Iran can say that the Americans are the zalim, the oppressors, zalim. And we, Iran, we are the mazlum. We are the oppressed, oppressor oppressed. I mean, what are they doing? And then Iran has this massive stockpile of maybe 100,000 plus drones, Shahed drones, and maybe I don't know how many thousands of ballistic missiles. There are all kinds of numbers floating around, maybe 3,000, maybe 10,000, somewhere around, in that range. So Iran can afford to keep going on and on. And the Americans have the Patriot missile defense system, Patriot interceptor missiles. Those are running out. Israel has Iron Dome. Those interceptor missiles are running out. How will they replace those? And the Americans, they used up about 20% of their global stockpile of Tomahawk missiles in the first day of strikes. And now Iran is hitting at American facilities, American radars, extremely expensive radars, billion-dollar radars, of which there are only a handful in the world. The Americans are now contemplating bringing in the Terminal High Altitude Area Defense System, THAAD, from South Korea. If you pull it out of South Korea and bring it here to the Gulf, then who's going to defend South Korea? Isn't it fantastic for China if this happens? The Americans are making big blunders. Looks like Trump was expecting it will be over in a weekend. This is not getting over in any weekend. It's not getting over in a couple of weeks. It's not going to get over in a couple of months. The Trump has walked into a trap of his own making. Maybe not his own making. Maybe it's Netanyahu who dragged him into the trap. Because Marco Rubio, the US Foreign Secretary, a couple of days ago said in his interaction with the US media that the US knew that if somebody attacked Iran, then Iran will attack the US. And we knew that somebody was going to attack Iran. What was that? It was obviously Israel. So because Israel was going to attack Iran, and then Iran would have attacked us, that's why we also attacked Iran first. Because we knew that Israel can't be stopped. So essentially, he admitted that Israel can force the US into a war with Iran. Right? So that's where the situation is. The US is running out of options. Iran has a huge stockpile of drones and ballistic missiles. It can afford to go on for months. And Iran has activated a mosaic defense strategy. So even if the Americans take out all their leaders, kill all the leaders, complete decapitation, even then Iran will keep fighting. How will they keep fighting? Iran has activated mosaic defense, which means that in Iran there are 31 states, 31 provinces. Each province is going to have its own army. And each army will act independently. They will have their own drones, their own missiles, their own stockpiles of oil and all that, arms, ammunition, everything, and their own command and control structure. And even that command and control structure will have its designated survivors. So if the top guy is taken out, the next guy comes in. If he's taken out, the next guy comes in. So the entire structure is going to remain intact no matter what happens. So even if they run out of drones, even if they run out of missiles, they will fight with small arms. If they artillery, whatnot. If they run out of artillery shells and all, they will fight with small arms. If they run out of small arms, they'll fight hand to hand. They will not give up. And each army is independent. This is going to last months if it goes on the way it's going on right now. It's going to last months. The Americans have walked into a trap with their eyes open. Right? That's the situation right now. So let's see. Let me just go through what's happened. The Israelis have launched 10 waves of airstrikes on Tehran as of Wednesday morning. Americans are claiming 2,000 targets have been struck, 2,000 munitions used in the first 100 hours, and so on. So Israel is targeting Tehran and western Iran, and the US is targeting drone bases and southern Iran infrastructure. Israel is targeting government institutions of Iran, police headquarters, intelligence facilities, IRGC bases, all that. Israel claims its F-16s are operating over Tehran. They have achieved air superiority. That's what they're claiming. That sort of thing. Iran seems to have fired at least 500 ballistic missiles and more than 2,000 drones since the first day of the war. And Iran has deliberately used old missiles, cheap missiles, and cheap drones as decoys to drain the stockpiles, the interceptor stockpiles of the US and Israel. So the old stock, the 20-year-old missiles, that's the missiles they're using right now. Sacrificial missiles to drain the interceptor stocks of the US and Israel. And now Iran may be shifting, it's maybe moving to more sophisticated and more modern ballistic missiles. And we have seen the use of some of those, and that is pretty frightening. Those missiles are very capable. They're able to fragment into multiple decoys and whatnot. And they're hypersonic, like Mach 11, Mach 12, that sort of thing. And the rate at which Iran is launching missiles is declining. About 350 on day 1, 50 on day 4. So they are, slowing down they're reducing the number of missiles they're launching per day. And maybe it's a strategic move that they are doing that. The 17 Iranian warships have apparently been destroyed. That's what the Americans are claiming. And today, a very, very, you could say, escalatory incident happened in the Indian Ocean. So there was this Iranian warship, okay, that was operating, that had participated in a naval exercise in India. And it had left India. It was somewhere in the vicinity of Sri Lanka. And that Iranian warship was torpedoed, okay, it was torpedoed by an American submarine. Let me try and find that. The Americans have officially claimed this kill. Okay, let's take a look at this. So the American Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, says in the Indian Ocean, an American submarine sunk an Iranian warship that thought that it was safe in international waters. It was sunk by a torpedo, quiet death. And this happened in essentially India's zone of interest, in the Indian Ocean, in the Sri Lanka region, which is India's region of interest. And that ship was coming from India. So is this an attempt to drag India into the war? Yeah. And the Iranians have destroyed a lot of American infrastructure, naval infrastructure in the Gulf region, which means that American warships may not be able to dock in those ports. Then the question is, where do the American warships dock in the region? Do they go all the way to Diego Garcia, south of the Maldives? That's too far. It'll take 4 days to go and 4 days to return, like more than 7 days. Makes no sense. So where will the American warships dock? You know what's interesting? India and the US have signed an agreement called LEMOA, which kind of gives the US Navy access to Indian ports. So is the Indian government going to be forced by the Americans to give American warships access to Indian ports for resupplying, for whatever? If that happens, India becomes a direct party in the war against Iran. These agreements, COMCASA, LEMOA, all that stuff, we have signed with the Americans for interoperability and so on. So the pressure is now going to be on India very heavily from the Americans, because their bases in the region have been severely damaged. And the Iranians can hit those bases, those naval facilities and so on at will with their ballistic missiles and drones. Right? So this LEMOA, COMCASA, etc., it may not be mandatory, but hey, we have signed it. Even if it's not mandatory, if somebody comes and twists your arm all the way, it may become mandatory. Do you understand that? On paper, it may not be mandatory. In the real world, there are other rules that apply. So what else has happened? 17 Iranian warships have been destroyed, apparently. That's what the Americans claim. The Americans claim they have lost 6 soldiers thus far. I think the actual number may be 100 times more. Okay. Iran has downed about 10% of America's MQ-9 Reaper fleet. It's shot down at least 3 F-15s. Okay. What else do we have? The Iranians have destroyed an early warning radar at Al Udaid Air Base in Qatar. That radar alone costs $1.1 billion. Only 6 radars have been built in the world, and 1 is gone. It is irreplaceable. And that radar gives the Americans early warnings of what's coming towards them. Now they don't have that. They're blind. They will have late warnings now, not early warnings. It was the backbone of all the American missile defense in the entire Gulf region. And it was giving data to all the Patriot systems, all the THAAD systems, all the Aegis systems that protect aircraft carriers. That radar is blind now. It's gone. And the Americans have 2 aircraft carrier strike groups deployed in this region. One is in the Eastern Mediterranean, off the coast of Israel. The other one was near Hormuz. And where is that aircraft carrier now? It's gone further south into the Arabian Sea, into the Indian Ocean, far from Hormuz. Why? Because the Iranians can take it out. So I, on this channel, have been saying for years that India should not invest in aircraft carriers. Aircraft carriers are sitting ducks. And people have been making fun of me for years. Now look at what the Americans are doing. They're trying to hide their aircraft carrier. Aircraft carriers are sitting ducks in a modern war. This should hopefully open your eyes about the utility or aircraft carriers not being useful. Even the Americans can't guarantee the safety of their aircraft carriers. Right? So what else has happened? Qatar has claimed that a lot of missiles and drones have been fired at Al Udaid Air Base. Okay, and one of those has hit the radar, the American radar, $1.1 billion radar. So that sort of thing. US radar and satellite communication infrastructure has been targeted across 5 countries: Bahrain, Qatar, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. US interceptor systems in the Gulf are partially blind now. They don't have advanced warning of what's happening in real time. The US weapon stockpile is being depleted in real time. 5 years of US Tomahawk cruise missile supply was used up in just 3 days. More than 400 Tomahawk missiles. Okay, so the first 2 days alone consumed 20% of the US global stockpile of Tomahawk missiles. And now Trump is panicking. Pentagon is preparing a $50 billion emergency request to manufacture more munitions and armed weapon systems and whatnot. Right? Trump is meeting with Lockheed Martin and asking them to accelerate production of whatever they're making. Right. So the Iranians ship that was destroyed by the Americans by their submarine, at least 100 sailors are missing. Sri Lanka has been able to rescue about 30 of them. And Iran has retaliated by striking a US destroyer near Indian waters on the west coast of India. Now, what are these US destroyers doing near Indian waters? Are we already giving them access to our ports? That is not known to me, but there is a possibility. The big question is India already allowing US warships and naval assets to use Indian waters and Indian ports? If we are doing that, we are directly involved in the war against Iran. If we are doing that. You see, India is now, this is no longer a foreign war now. This is already in our backyard anyway. The Gulf region is like 2 hours from the west coast of India by flight. But now, a US warship has been hit by the Iranians, possibly in Indian waters or near Indian waters of the west coast of India. And that raises the question of, is India already giving access to the ports of, I don't know, Mumbai, Goa, whatever it is, west coast, to the American warships? If that is the case, are we really a sovereign nation? Or maybe we are because we have signed Limoa, Comcasa, or whatever. Strait of Hormuz is what is causing this global crisis. It is closed now. It is effectively closed. 20% of the global oil supply is disrupted completely. 40-50% of India's oil supply is disrupted. Now, what do we do about it? Russia says they will give us the oil. So India will have to turn to Russia again. We had almost stopped, I suppose, allegedly, buying oil from Russia. And now we will say, okay, Russia, please send us oil again. But will it be enough for our oil requirements? India allegedly has, according to reports, which are by official sources, ANI and whatnot, according to multiple reports, India only has 25 days of oil left. India's strategic oil reserves are 25 days. China has like 1 year or something. India has 25 days. Was the government of India sleeping? Did they not anticipate that this war could happen? Right? So we'll have to buy oil from Russia. Maybe we'll have to purchase oil from the US. Yeah. That's not the only thing about Hormuz. Okay. So, Roy Mustang says, speak responsibly. Your opinion can trickle down and become the voice of Indian Twitter. India supporting US war effort narrative is bad for us. I am simply stating what's happening. I am speaking very responsibly. Thank you very much. I am speaking about what is happening right now. Go and look at the reports. I'm not inventing stories here, right? India supporting US war effort narrative is bad for us. But if it is a fact, then should I lie to you? If it is actually happening, then what should I say? It's not happening. Should I lie? I don't know what you're trying to say. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, Hormuz, right? Strait of Hormuz. So it's closed. About 40-50% of India's oil imports are affected by that. And it's going to remain affected because the Americans can't open the Strait of Hormuz. Why do I say that the Americans can't open the Strait of Hormuz? Let's say the Americans send warships to the Strait of Hormuz. What happens? Can they open it? The Iranians can take down those goddamn warships with their missiles. It is a numerical certainty, mathematical certainty, that if you have enough ballistic missiles coming down, at least a few of them will hit. The Iranians can make ruins out of the American naval force in the region. Let me give you an example. Okay, let's open the map. Let me give you a very pertinent example here. Why I say that they can't open the Strait of Hormuz, even by force. Look here. This is the Strait of Hormuz here. This one here. This is the strait that is closed. Okay. Now, there is another strait here called Bab al Mandeb, the Strait of Bab al Mandeb. For the past 2.5 years, the Houthis of Yemen have blockaded the Strait of Bab al Mandeb. The Houthis are a small ragtag government. They are a very backward nation. Okay, they are a nation that is almost destroyed and in ruins, and Iran supplies them with some drones and some missiles. Using those paltry supplies of drones and missiles, the Houthis have blockaded the Strait of Bab al Mandeb for the past 2 years, more than 2 years. And the Americans have launched hundreds of airstrikes on the Houthis, and they have failed to defeat the Houthis, and they have failed to force the Houthis to open the Strait of Bab al Mandeb. Eventually, the Houthis agreed that they will allow American ships to transit, but they said Israeli ships can't transit. And because the Houthis are insisting Israeli ships can't transit, that's why Israelis can't use the strait. So even after 2.5 years of bombarding Yemen, the Americans have failed to open the Strait of Bab al Mandeb despite their naval might and air force superiority. So if they can't force the Houthis to open that strait, do you think the Americans can force the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz? Impossible. It's not going to happen. So the strait is going to be closed for the foreseeable future. That's going to give you an oil price shock in the world. Oil prices are going to shoot up. And India will have to look for alternatives. Definitely Russia. And then Trump imposes 25% sanctions on us again, tariffs on us again. Fine. So be it. And we may also have to buy oil from Russia, from the US. In that case, they will insist stop buying Russian oil. So India is now in a difficult position. When it comes to the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Oman, etc., 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 all these Gulf nations, Kuwait, Bahrain, these nations are artificial nations built on sand. They don't produce any agriculture, next to nothing. So how do they have such big populations? They have big populations because they import the majority of their foodstuffs. Go to a market, go to a mall in Dubai or wherever, you will see all kinds of foodstuffs there, fresh. They come from India, they come from South America, they come from wherever in the world. Where do these foodstuffs come from? They come from through the Strait of Hormuz, the other direction. Now that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, these nations are very rapidly going to face a food crisis. And about 35% of the global fertilizer supply also comes from Hormuz. If that is stopped, the whole world will face a food crisis. Do you understand? This is a global crisis we are facing just because of the closure of this one Strait of the Strait of Hormuz, right? And oil. So the UAE is a major oil producer, and they have a port called Fujairah. Where is Fujairah? Let's go. So if you look at the Strait of Hormuz, the port of Fujairah, okay? Where is Fujairah? One second. Zoom out. Fujairah, here it is. The port of Fujairah belongs to the UAE, and it's on the eastern side of the Strait of Hormuz, which means it cannot be blockaded. So what's happened now is that the Iranians have taken out this port. They've hit this port of Fujairah, and that's why even this port can't be used for exporting oil by the UAE. So the UAE now can't export oil even if they want to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, because they can't. Okay, that is the situation. Saudi Arabia's largest refinery has been bombed. Iraq's second largest oil field has been shut down. Fujairah is attacked. Okay, even the desalination plant and power plant of Fujairah has been struck and set on fire. These nations, Gulf nations, these desert nations, they depend on desalination plants for water. If you take these desalination plants offline, they will have no fresh water to drink. Then what do? You see how many pressure points are there? Yeah. And the US Navy says it can't provide escorts to any ships to transit the Strait of Hormuz because they'll also be targeted. All that is happening. A lot is happening. Israel has invaded Lebanon. Lebanon, Hezbollah has fired rockets at Israel. Yeah. Baghdad International Airport has been shut. Oman has been hit. The US Embassy in Beirut has been shut down. All that is happening. Yeah. Apparently, the Natanz nuclear site has been hit by the Americans again. You see, last year there was a 12-day war between Israel and Iran. And at the end of the war, Trump ordered the bombing of Natanz and Fordo nuclear plants with stealth bombers. And those plants were bombed. And then Trump announced to the whole world that Iran's nuclear capabilities have been destroyed completely. That's what he announced last year, Trump, that Iran's nuclear capabilities have been permanently destroyed. And now he is claiming that we are fighting this war to make sure Iran doesn't become a nuclear power. So was he lying last year or is he lying today? Because somewhere he has lied. Right? So now they have hit Natanz again. And the Bushehr nuclear power plant also, apparently there have been explosions nearby. Iran is using very interesting tactics. Iran is using anamorphic paintings on the ground, fake to show fake military hardware like aircrafts and helicopters. And the Israelis have been bombing those paintings and releasing those videos on Twitter. So when you see the video, there is this what looks like a helicopter on the ground, and it's hit by a bomb. There's an explosion. But even the blades of the helicopter, they remain intact. So these are paintings that look like actual objects, anamorphic paintings that are being struck by the IDF, by the Israeli fighter planes. And they're actually releasing those videos, and now people are realizing these were actually paintings. And the Russians have also been using the same techniques in the Ukraine war. So it looks like a significant portion of these supposedly destroyed targets were paintings and decoys. Okay? The global market is melting down. About $3.2 trillion of value has been wiped out from the global market in 4 days. In South Korea, there was a decline in their market of 12.1%. That was a disaster. The market shot down so fast they had to break the circuit. Circuit breaker was triggered. In Japan, there's been a disaster of the stock market. In Germany also, in the UK also, the Dubai exchange crashed by 4.9%. Crude oil is going up 83%, $83. It's gone up to $83 and so much more. India is a major loser outside of the Middle East. India takes about $150 billion in Gulf oil imports. And the Indian population, Indian expatriates who live in the Gulf, every year they send back about $100 billion in remittances to India. So India's economy gets about $100 billion from the Indians who live in the Gulf. Every year, that much money. Now, if this situation continues, that will stop. That's going to hit the Indian economy. And again, the Gulf oil that we are purchasing $150 billion every year, that is now at serious risk. Now, is there a diplomatic solution possible? Trump says that they want to talk, but I said too late. We can't talk now. So, and Iran has also said that we will not have any negotiations with the US after they killed our supreme leader. So there is no diplomatic solution possible now. Yeah. There is no diplomatic solution possible now. Now, some American senators were given, classified briefings about what's really happening in the war. And this senator called Elizabeth Warren, she said, after the classified briefing about what she could speak to the media, she said that the situation is far worse than what anybody thinks. The US administration, the Trump administration has no plan. The war is illegal and based on falsehoods. That's what Elizabeth Warren said to the media today. Okay? The Canadian Prime Minister said that the American war may be inconsistent with international law. And Marco Rubio says that the attacks on Iran will increase in hours and days. So that's the situation right now. Okay, it's been a very long update by me, but that overall is the situation. Is there anything else? So clearly, the US military doctrine is built for invasion, but it's failing against Iran. Iran has a very clear pre-planned battle strategy, war strategy. They've been preparing for this war for 46 years. Okay, they have done their homework. They have planned for this thoroughly. And the Americans and Israelis are completely caught off guard by the scale of Iran's response and the resilience of the Iranian response and military, right? Right now, there are no American warships in the Gulf region. They've all moved out. Otherwise, they'll be wiped out. Okay. And if they want resupply, if they want to be resupplied to go back to the Gulf region, they will need to go to Diego Garcia. 4 days one way, 4 days back. 8 days. Okay. And according to a Turkish admiral, Iran has about 40,000 missiles, which is way more than my estimate of 10,000 missiles, but maybe missiles of all kinds. So that is the situation. Iran is not losing this war. Iran is going to fight until the very bitter end if required. The Americans can't defeat Iran. The Israelis can't defeat Iran. Israel is taking massive damage. From the little bit I saw, the videos from Tel Aviv, it looks like that the Iranians are turning Tel Aviv into Gaza. So that is the situation. And India is in a tough spot. India has chosen the side of the US and Israel. Prime Minister Modi's statements on Twitter and other places in the past 3-4 days make it very clear that India has chosen the side of the US and Israel. And now the US will want to force India to give access of Indian ports to their warships, which will make India a direct party in the conflict against Iran. Does India have the fortitude, the resilience to say no to the US? Or has India already said yes? I don't know right now. But this is the situation. Okay. Variety Topic says, where do you get the information from? I get the information from open sources, from the public domain. Right? Not one source, hundreds of sources. Okay, now let's take some questions. Ritik Pawar says, did the US and Israel underestimate Iran? They underestimated Iran very badly, very catastrophically. Mr. Rohit says, the US sank Iranian ship Dina days after it left Vishakhapatnam from the Milan 2026 exercises in the Indian Ocean. Could India have stopped it for regional security? Was India aware of the strike? India was aware of nothing. India was in the dark. The Americans will not tell India what they're going to do. Why will they tell India about anything? India was not told about this. But this happened in our backyard, in a region that essentially India claims it is our strategic backyard. India has this fantastic slogan, right? The Indian Ocean region is our strategic backyard. So this happened in our backyard, off the coast of Sri Lanka, which is right next door to us. It actually comes under our jurisdiction, essentially, of the Indian Navy. Not de jure, but de facto. Right? And the Iranian ship was returning to Iran from India. Could India have stopped this? India would not dare to stop it, even if it knew. V for Valor says, thank you for your courage and love of Dharma. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Struggler says, seems like someone wants to drag us into a war. Seems like someone does want to drag us into a war. Yes. Alka Shikari says, is US aircraft carrier near Indian Ocean and taking supplies from Mumbai port? I can't answer that question because I don't have the knowledge. It is definitely in the Western Indian Ocean, the so-called Arabian Sea region. Let me show you. So the US aircraft carrier is somewhere in this region. Somewhere. Okay. Maybe between the coasts of Gujarat and Oman. Maybe closer to Gujarat than Oman. Maybe closer to Mumbai than to Oman. Possibly. I can't possibly say because I am not aware. I don't have the real-time location of the aircraft carrier. But it has moved out of the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz. And it is perhaps somewhere in the closer to India, possibly, in the so-called Arabian Sea region. That is where it is. Is it taking supplies from Mumbai port? I can't possibly say because I don't know. I am not aware. The government of India will be aware of what's happening. I am not aware. Mitraj Singh Chudasama says, what's your predictions of war and world after war? Predictions. Look, this war is going to escalate. The Americans may force European nations to get involved in this. The UK, Germany, France. France, is it already involved? Are Rafales flying over the UAE? Over Dubai? I don't know. It's possible. If the French get involved, if the European nations get involved, and there are direct hits on their assets by Iran, then that's direct warfare. So then more nations are involved. If the Americans forcibly drag India into the war, then India is involved. This is in our backyard. The Gulf is next door to India, by the way. So if more nations get involved, and there is even more pressure on Iran, for example, then Russia and China will have to get involved, because Russia and China cannot afford to lose Iran. So how can China is, we know it's far away geographically from Iran, right? See, if you look here, there's a significant distance between China and Iran, and there's no way China can access Iran and supply Iran unless it is by flights, cargo planes. But what about Russia? Russian territory, I'll tell you what, it's how far from Tehran? It's 750 kilometers from Tehran, and maybe 700 kilometers from the Iranian coastline, in the Caspian Sea. The shortest distance is about 450 kilometers, roughly. So Russia can certainly resupply Iran through the Caspian Sea, through airspace, and so on, right? So if more nations get involved, if the European nations get involved, if India is dragged into this matter, and then if Russia decides it is also getting involved, then you have a situation where you half the world is fighting. What do you call the situation? You call it World War III. After war, I have no idea. But this can drag us into World War III right now, this situation. Teen Talks says, US goals are shifting from regime change to obliteration of their missile capabilities. Does superpower also have shortcomings? The superpower has shortcomings. They are very visible right now. Clearly visible shortcomings. First of all, they didn't plan properly. Second, they were overconfident. Third, their doctrine is geared for it's geared for deterrence against the superpower, which no longer exists. Their war fighting doctrine is still the 20th century Cold War doctrine. What does the US do when it fights a war? It invades. If it first obliterates and flattens a nation through air power, then sends in troops. But in this case, they can't do it. They are unable to do it. They don't have the wherewithal to send troops into Iran. So, so they are in a situation where they can't really do what they're used to doing, and they don't know what to, they don't have a plan B. Their plan B could be to keep the war going on for months, maybe years, and then from their perspective, hopefully balkanize Iran. They will want to balkanize Iran if they can't do a regime change. So maybe that is the next plan. And Trump has already said that we will support the Kurdish militias and all who will fight the government of Iran on our behalf. So they want to weaponize the various ethnic groups, non-Persian ethnic groups in Iran. And the long-term strategy is to balkanize Iran. Well, that will take years to actually engineer, months or years, and there's no guarantee of success there. So yeah, there are major shortcomings in what they're doing, capabilities. Ritik says, are Houthis terrorists similar to Hamas and Hezbollah? No, Houthis are not similar to Hamas and Hezbollah. Hamas is a terrorist outfit. Hamas carried out the October 2023 terrorist attack against Israeli civilians. Barbaric, inhuman attack on Israeli civilians. Hamas is a bunch of monsters. Hamas is like Pakistanis. That's what Hamas is. Hezbollah also have similar tendencies, I believe. Hezbollah, they are based out of Lebanon. Hamas are actually Sunnis. Hezbollah are Shias. Hezbollah also, you can possibly consider them to be terrorists. Houthis don't classify as terrorists. The Houthis are essentially the government of a certain portion of Yemen. And all they want is to be left alone, just like the Taliban. Leave us alone, allow us to rule our country the way we want, and you stay out of it. That's all they want, the Houthis. And there's been a war on Yemen by the US and their vassals for decades. For decades. If you want to understand the situation in Yemen, because very few people understand it, and it's not your fault because no one speaks about this, I'll tell you how to find out about Yemen, what the situation really is. Okay, give me a second. Give me a second. So, if you go to my channel, okay, on my channel, I have done 102 podcasts. So here is the playlist of podcasts on my channel, okay? And you have to go back all the way to the beginning. Okay. And there is this podcast with Dr. Isa Bloomy. Abhijit Chavda podcast episode 13. It's more than 2 hours long, but if you want to understand the recent history of Yemen and how Yemen has been destroyed, brutalized by the US and the US vassals, then watch that podcast. You will get a good amount of understanding from watching that podcast. So here, Houthis are not terrorists. Agam Senpai says Professor Jiang, May 2024 predicted: one, Trump wins the election; second, the US starts Iran war; third, the US loses; fourth, no regime change without ground invasion or bribe. How true are three and four? Okay, first is Trump wins election. That happened. The US starts a war in Iran. They've started it. Israel started it, but the US got involved. Sure. Third, the US loses this war. It looks likely the US will not achieve its objectives. On day one, Trump said he wants regime change. And he said to the people of Iran, be prepared. In a short while, you will be able to take over the government. That's what he said on day one of this war. Now he is saying, no regime change. We just want to demilitarize Iran and so on and so forth, whatever else. So he has shifted the goalposts now. But even that, to achieve even that will take months, if not years. And if it doesn't happen in the next 2-3 weeks, Trump looks like a complete fool in front of the American public. So what does Trump do now? It's a loss. If you don't achieve your objectives, it's a loss. It's a loss. Most likely the Americans are losing this war by not achieving their objectives. Yeah. Number 4 is no regime change without ground invasion or bribe. Oh, absolutely true. You can't achieve a regime change through bombardments, aerial bombardments, and aerial campaigns. You have to put boots on the ground to effect an actual regime change, or you have to bribe somebody. They were able to do that in Venezuela. They did not put boots on the ground, but they were able to bribe Venezuela. Essentially, that's what happened, right? They took out Maduro, kidnapped him, without actually having to do much military action. So it will either take a ground invasion, or they will have to bribe the key people in the Iranian government, and even that looks unlikely. So I think 3 is correct. 3 will turn out to be correct. Most likely, the US will lose this war. It will not achieve its objectives, and regime change, I don't see it happening. So yeah. Pratardana says, I am very disappointed. I condemn those Indians celebrating the death of 160 Iranian children. Rest in peace for little girls. Are some Indians celebrating the murder of those 160 little girls? I have not seen that. If someone is doing that, I don't even have words to say to them. Obviously, it's condemnable if anyone is celebrating the death of those girls. Really, I was not aware of this. That's terrible. If that's happening, terrible. Black Panther says, if this Iran war will go long for more than 6 months, the US will get significantly weaker. Next, China and Russia go with the same strategy to attack US assets. Okay, that's your prediction, is it? That if this goes on for 6 months, this is what will happen. This will go on. The Americans are not going to achieve their objectives anytime soon. Even the goalposts, after they have changed and Trump says that now we don't want regime change, we want something else, even that is not possible anytime soon. Anytime soon. I don't see the Americans achieving any of their objectives in 6 months, or even 1 year. Even 1 year. So if that happens, will Russia and China go with the same strategy to attack US assets? For China, it's Taiwan. China has no interest in attacking anybody else. China wants Taiwan. Can China take Taiwan? That is, I doubt it. Aniket says, if Iran threat ends, then who will buy America's weapons in Gulf? Look, Iran is not a threat to anyone. The Americans have positioned Iran as a threat, and they have encircled Iran with military bases. That's why the whole region is militarized and volatile and tense. And of course, there's the Israel factor, which is a different story. So if this so-called Iran threat ends, then who will buy America's weapons in the Gulf? They'll find somebody to buy it. See, after the USSR threat ended, People kept buying American weapons, right? So the Americans will find ways of selling their weapons. Don't worry about that. Okay. Pratardana says it's a RIP for West Asia. Bahrain may fall too. Bahrain is this little thing, right? Where's the map? Where is map? So let's go to the map. So see, Bahrain is this little island here. Little. It's even tinier than Qatar. Tiny. And the Americans have the headquarters of their fifth fleet over here near Manama. Near Manama. And that infrastructure has been significantly damaged by the Iranians. But I don't think the Iranians will take Bahrain and invade Bahrain and occupy Bahrain. I don't think Iran has any such intentions. So Bahrain obviously will get damaged, etc. But I don't see Bahrain falling, as in Iran occupying Bahrain. That I don't see that happening. But apart from that, what you're saying is correct. RIP for West Asia. See, the entire West Asia paradigm. You see, you have these beautiful nations like the UAE, etc. Very peaceful nations, tremendous law and order, extremely high standards, extremely fabulously wealthy cities like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, etc. These cities are, see, Dubai, etc., are positioned as the Switzerland of West Asia. That if you are a wealthy person, then come and invest in Dubai, buy property, come and live in Dubai. You will get the best luxury in the world. You will get the best lifestyle in the world. You will have to pay zero taxes. And you'll meet lots of rich and like-minded people and so on. So many people from across the world, they live in cities like Dubai, in a city like Dubai, because they get so many wonderful benefits. Lots of Indians live there. I suppose most Indians will know somebody or the other, their family or outside or whatever, but most Indians will know somebody or the other who lives in the UAE, in Dubai, or in West Asia. That model is now destroyed. See, that model relied on an American promise. The American promise was, you guys don't worry about your national defense. We will take care of your national defense. You build up your cities and do all the fantastic things you want. And we Americans, we have all these military bases here. We will guarantee your security. That is the promise the Americans have given them. And that's why these nations have not invested in self-defense, national defense. They have simply invested all their money into building up these cities and the infrastructure and all that. Now, they have realized this American promise was a lie. America had no intention of defending these countries. These American military bases were not the infrastructure of defense, it was the infrastructure of occupation. And America is only concerned with the defense of Israel. That's the realization that's come in now. And you have Dubai being bombed. You have hotels in Dubai where American soldiers and personnel were staying. Those hotels were taken out, were hit by drones and missiles. You had at least one tragic death in Abu Dhabi. When you have a situation like this, and this continues, if it happens once and stops after a week, people will say, okay, it was a one-off thing. But if this continues and escalates over months and years, the entire economic model of West Asia will collapse. And everybody who had invested in Abu Dhabi or was living in Abu Dhabi or Dubai or wherever, they will all leave permanently. Cristiano Ronaldo already left. So that is the end of the hopes and dreams of these nations. Who's to blame? The US. Shrishti Siliguri says, if one country uses a nuclear weapon against another, how would it actually impact the entire world? Well, one nuclear weapon being used somewhere won't impact the entire world. Obviously, it will horrify the world, because using a nuclear weapon against anyone is a war crime. It's a crime against humanity. It is barbaric to use a nuclear weapon. But if a nuclear weapon is used somewhere, it won't affect the entire world. It won't impact the entire world. If multiple nuclear weapons are used, then there will be radioactive fallout that goes into the atmosphere, substantial amount of radioactive fallout, and it could cause, radiation, the spread of radiation across a large part of the globe. That's a possibility. So here's the scenario. If things don't go well for the US is not able to make any headway, and Israel is getting pounded repeatedly, and Hormuz remains closed, and American infrastructure is taken out, and let's say an American aircraft carrier is taken out, then Trump will be very tempted to use nuclear weapons on Iran. So let's say Trump uses nuclear weapons. What happens then? Well, Iran will keep fighting. Even if Trump detonates 10 nuclear warheads on Iran, Iran will still keep fighting as if nothing has happened. That's the deal about Iran. But if Trump does this, then what can other nations do? I suppose Russia could get involved in this. But then you don't want a US-Russia direct confrontation, because that is like doomsday for the world. So the point is, if 1 or 2 weapons are used, even 10 weapons are used, it will not really impact the entire world too much. There will be some radiation exposure to the world, but nothing that will cause significant danger. Maybe in some regions there will be a higher chance of cancer, but beyond that, nothing much. But consider a totally different scenario. Okay, totally different. Let's say the US and Russia directly get involved for some reason, and there's a nuclear exchange for some reason. If Russia or the US launch even one nuclear weapon at the other one, there will be immediate retaliation from the other side. Now, if the US launches first and Russia retaliates, and the Americans see this ballistic missile coming in, then they will launch more. And the Russians will see more are coming towards us, will launch more. And within minutes, you'll have hundreds of nuclear weapons being launched. And these nuclear missiles, these ballistic missiles, they are not standard ballistic missiles. They are MIRV missiles. They have multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. So one missile can carry 10 warheads, and they all go after re-entering the atmosphere in totally different directions. So it's very hard to bring them down. So in a matter of 30, 40 minutes, you will have hundreds, possibly thousands of nuclear explosions. Okay? Now, when a nuclear explosion happens, you will have a fireball. Let's say it's a standard fission device, uranium-235 or plutonium, whatever, a fission device. So you will have a fireball, very high temperature, maybe millions of degrees Celsius, and there will be a certain blast radius within which everything becomes vaporized. This fireball expands, then it rises because it's very hot. It's hotter than the air. So it rises. When it starts rising, it pulls in all the vaporized rock, all the vaporized dust, all the debris from kilometers around it. It sucks it all in and pulls it up into the atmosphere. That's how you have a mushroom cloud. Now, if you have hundreds, maybe thousands of mushroom clouds, you will have millions of tons of vaporized rock and dust and all kinds of other particles and debris rising high into the atmosphere. And that will remain in the atmosphere for maybe several years, maybe a decade. Because of that, the surface of our planet will not receive direct sunlight for that much time, maybe a decade. So temperatures go down drastically, maybe 10, 20 degrees Celsius in a matter of hours. So if you are staying in Chennai, by tomorrow morning, it will start snowing in Chennai. That's the situation you will have. It's called a nuclear winter. There will be no sunlight for a decade. All the plants will die without sunlight and photosynthesis. If the plants die, humans die, and herbivorous animals die. If herbivorous animals die, carnivorous animals die. And there's going to be a global mass extinction event. Maybe 95% of humanity will die out. That's the kind of impact you have if there is a massive nuclear exchange. Plus the radiation, which will cause all kinds of other problems. So a nuclear winter is what happens when you have massive nuclear exchange. It's a disaster beyond your imagination. And that's the direction in which Trump is dragging us today. Aniket says, is the US reviving Islam in Iran? Because Islam was in decline in Iran, but attacking Iran would only make people stand with the regime again, and the US can sell its weapons. The US is not doing this for reviving Islam in Iran. It may be an unintended consequence, perhaps. See, Islam, I suppose it was in decline in Iran because it's not an Iranian religion anyway. It's not the religion of the Persians. It was imposed upon them. But they have attacked Iran, and this will make people stand with the regime. It doesn't make people become Islamic again, right? The people will have no option but to stand with the regime because the regime is defending the country, and the country is under assault by the Americans. So even those who were in favor of the Americans will have to stand with the regime because they are being bombarded, and their children are being bombarded by the Americans and the Israelis. So this will make people rally around the regime and fight for the country, whether they believe in Islam or not. But it won't necessarily revive Islam. Unless this drags on for 10 years or something, then something may happen. Alka says, what can India learn from Iran? Good question. What can India learn from this? See the war. Why is Iran able to stand and fight? Iran is able to stand and fight today because it has more than 100,000 drones, first of all. Shahed 2 drones. What does the Shahed 2 drone look like? Let me show you. It's a cheap thing. $10,000, $20,000, $30,000. Shahed drone, right? Shahed drones. What do they look like? This is what these things look like. Shahed drones. This is an actual image of a Shahed drone. It's got a propeller behind its backside. That's a Shahed drone. Cheap thing, and you can produce hundreds of thousands of these. So one component of their national defense is the Shahed drones. The second thing that is going well for Iran is that it has perhaps more than 10,000 ballistic missiles. It has this massive stockpiles of drones and missiles. That's why it's able to fight. Now, how many ballistic missiles does India have? India has designated its ballistic missiles, Agni and all that, as the carriers of its nuclear deterrent, but not as conventional weapons. So if India, let's say hypothetically, has 500 warheads, nuclear warheads, hypothetically, then India may have at most 500 ballistic missiles. Okay? So what India needs to do, it needs to transform its ballistic missiles into a conventional weapon as well. And India needs to have a stockpile of maybe 30, 40,000 missiles of various kinds, including ballistic missiles, including cruise missiles, hypersonics and all that. A nation of India's size, it has to defend this much larger territory than Iran. India needs tens of thousands of missiles of various kinds. And it needs lakhs of drones. That is what India can learn from Iran. If hypothetically there's a war tomorrow with somebody, let's say China, how will you target the Chinese infrastructure? The Chinese infrastructure is thousands of kilometers from India. Next to India, you have open, empty territory, Tibet and whatnot, Xinjiang and etc. There are no big cities there. There's no manufacturing happening there. The Chinese manufacturing heartland is far in the east of China. How does India target that if there's a war? The Chinese will be targeting India's infrastructure from Tibet. But how do we target the Chinese infrastructure? We will need tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and hundreds of thousands of drones. Does India have a drone like the Shahed 2? No. The Americans have also copied the Shahed drone. They've learned. I think we are now making a Sheshnag drone or something. We have suddenly woken up. Okay? Sheshnag drone. India's quiet entry 10 hours ago. So 10 hours ago, India woke up. Or maybe a week ago, India woke up. Yeah. The Sheshnag drone. It is something that resembles the Shahed, right? So finally, India is waking up. But how many do we have? That's the question. India needs a few slaps in its face before it wakes up for anything. This is the problem with India. Now, who do you blame for this? Okay. Abhishek Srivastav says, is nuke going to be used? Well, first of all, I hope nukes are never used. But I think that in this war, there is a higher likelihood that someone like Trump may be tempted to use nukes if things don't go his way. So I hope it doesn't happen. But the Americans may use nukes, possibly. Aman George says, good to see you, sir. Thank you so much. How does their missile city work? The Iranians need to bring their launchers to the surface to fire, right? the US could bomb entrance. Yeah. So these missile cities, so the Iranians, their missiles, their stockpiles, all of that, none of that is on the surface of the planet. It's all deep underground. Why is it all deep underground? So that they can safeguard the missiles and all the infrastructure from the American bombings. The Americans want to destroy everything Iran has, so that's why Iran has taken everything deep underground. Now, how deep underground? Definitely deeper than 50 meters. See, the Americans have this bunker buster bombs that can destroy targets as deep as 50 meters underground. Let's find out how deep can how no no how deep can American bunker buster bombs penetrate? Oh, don't work. How deep can American bunker busters go? All right. 60 plus meters. Okay. 60 meters or something. So the Iranian infrastructure will be perhaps 100 meters below the surface, something like that. So they've built up entire cities and networks of tunnels all across Iran where they are storing these missiles and drones and all that. And obviously, when they want to launch a missile, they have to bring it out above the surface and quickly launch it. So the Americans and Israelis are monitoring Iran 24 by 7. The Americans are using low Earth orbit satellites to constantly monitor Iran. They're using various other methods of surveillance, and they are trying to find out where these missiles are being launched from. You can also study the exhaust streak, right? The streak that comes from the exhaust of a missile. So by doing that, you can find out where the missiles are being launched from, and they can immediately bomb those places so that you can possibly, hopefully, destroy maybe the launcher or maybe destroy the place, the entrance of the tunnels and that sort of thing. So the Iranians obviously have anticipated that. That's why they have these TEL vehicles, transporter erector launcher vehicles, which are essentially trucks on which you have missiles, and then the missile will stand up like that, and it will be launched, and then the truck disappears as fast as possible. It moves as fast as possible. So there is no set location from where the missile is launched. That's what you can do. You can take the missile out, put it on a truck in the night, then take it a few kilometers away or whatever, a couple of hours away, launch it, and then have the truck go away fast. So it's a game of cat and mouse. But if the Americans bomb the entrance of the tunnels, then the Iranians will have to spend a lot of time clearing up the debris and rubble and once again opening up the entrances. So once again, it's a game of cat and mouse. That is what's going on right now. Teen Talks says Japan was not surrendering. The US nuked them. Is Iran becoming a second Japan? Today, Iran launched a missile on Turkey. Why? Is it becoming scary? It's becoming scarier. Let me see. Has Iran launched a missile on Turkey? Okay, 1 second. Has Iran launched a missile on Turkey? Turkey says missile destroyed. Turkey and NATO intercept a missile. Okay. Looks like there something has happened, but I am not 100% sure. I have to perhaps look somewhere else. Maybe I should look at Twitter. Let's see. Give me a second. I have Twitter open. Oh, yeah. Okay, 1 second. Let me see on Twitter. Right. Here we have Twitter. What do we have? Let's see. Turkey missile. Do we have something? A ballistic missile heading towards Turkish airspace, passing through Iraqi and Syrian airspace, was successfully engaged and neutralized by NATO air and missile defense elements in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Turkey, this is old. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like that's happened. Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like a missile was being launched towards Turkey, but it's been intercepted by NATO. So Japan was not surrendering and the US nuked them. Is Iran becoming a second Japan? Well, I think it's still early days. I think it's still too early to say whether Japan is becoming, whether Iran is becoming the next Japan. But Trump may be tempted to use nuclear weapons at some point in time in this war. Hriday Narayan Singh says, after Iran, Anglo aim is nuclear free India. Pakistan already in shambles. US monitors their nukes for India, Northeast, Punjab, Kashmir, Dravidian, Hindu, Muslim caste, OBC, general caste, SC, ST, language fault lines, too many. Well, you see, if the Americans are able to win the war against Iran, their focus will then immediately move towards India. India is next. The Americans want to balkanize Iran and they want to balkanize India. Right now, they will use India. They'll arm twist India into giving access to India's ports to the Americans. They'll use India right now. But afterwards, they will focus on India. They will want to balkanize India. And there are too many fault lines in India, which have been created by the British and which have been maintained by the governments of India since 1947 and made worse. Those fault lines have been exacerbated by successive governments after 1947. Right? So there is the far east of India, the northeast of India, the Manipur issue. Manipur, at least half of Manipur is under foreign occupation right now. There is the whatever's happening in Punjab. The Khalistan thing is there. Then there's the industrial scale Christian conversions in Punjab. There is the Kashmir thing. There is the Dravidian versus Aryan thing. The Aryan invasion thing is the cause of that. Hindu Muslim caste. Divide Hindus among caste also by making one set of people permanent oppressors and one set of people permanently oppressed. Language fault lines. These problems exist because the governments after 1947 did not fix these problems. Yeah. So after Iran, if the Americans win in Iran, they're coming for India next. That is a guarantee. One says, attack on the Iranian warship Dina, is it not betrayal on our end? It's not. It was not in Indian territorial waters anymore. It was off the coast of Sri Lanka, Galle, right? Where did this happen? Let me quickly take a look roughly. Is it Gaul? Is it Galle? What is it? That city? Never been there. The southernmost part of Sri Lanka, southern tip of Sri Lanka, this city, Galle or Galle. The Iranian warship was struck by a torpedo somewhere in this region. I don't know if it's in Sri Lankan waters or international waters, but somewhere here, that's what happened. That obviously is no longer in Indian territorial waters, right? So if the American, if an American submarine torpedoed an Iranian warship outside of Indian territorial waters, it's not a betrayal by India, but it's definitely an attempt by America to drag India into the matter because the ship was coming from India. Okay, so it's not a betrayal by India. No. Has Modi kissed the boat? This is unacceptable. Nobody will take us seriously. How can we allow American submarines so close and attack our guests? See, once the Iranian warship left Indian waters, it was no longer our guest. It was there in international waters. So technically, nobody can blame India. And this happened near Sri Lanka, not near India. But because India has this wonderful slogan, which we love to repeat all the time, the Indian Ocean is our strategic backyard. That's why I said this happened in our strategic backyard. But obviously, the Indian Navy doesn't really patrol that region. The Indian Navy is mostly patrolling our coasts, if at all, right? So how can we allow American submarines? Tomorrow morning, if American submarines enter India's territorial waters, India can't do a thing about that. Even if they break international law and enter Indian territorial waters, India can't do a thing about that. Why is that? Is it because Modi is weak? No, it's because India is weak. India had 75 years, 80 years to build up its strength, but we have never bothered to do that. Yeah, so that's what it is. And obviously, when you are weak, people don't take you seriously. You can put laser eyes on your leaders and all, but people don't take you seriously. Words don't matter, actions matter. And look at the actions. Feels Strong Man says, Mr. Abhijit Chavda, please understand that I had to super slam your bro because he would have hit me back if and when my cousin would have whacked yours. What are you talking about? What's a super slam? I had to super slam your bro. Because he would have hit me back if and when my cousin would have whacked yours. What are you talking about, sir? I have no idea. I have absolutely no. What's a super slam? Does super slam mean something? Is it slang for something? What is the deal? What is a super slam? Let me see. Super slam. It's a game. Super slam, summer slam. Okay, I have no idea what you're talking about. Which bro are you talking about? Which cousin? I am clueless. Sorry. Pratardana says government is now running back to Russia like fools. Yeah, oil. Yeah. Swastik Shankar says if Iran falls, people say only three countries are left: Russia, China, and India. With modern technology, narratives, economic compromise, fault lines. Either we become like Iran, like regime, or go full vassal, nuke surrender, hosting bases. If Iran falls, it's Russia and China that's left. Okay. India has already picked a side. And if India is hosting American warships already, I don't know if we are doing that, but if we start doing that, well then it's two nations left, Russia and China only. Yeah. I don't think we will surrender nukes, even if we become vassals. But those nukes will be decorative items, only for decoration. In that case, in that hypothetical case. Okay. So, hypotheticals. Ash Sinha says, you have always been critical of Nehru and Indian National Congress. You should thank Nehru that we followed non-aligned movement and thus never compromise our sovereignty, while Prime Minister Modi, the weakest Prime Minister, could not even criticize Trump. Thank you very much for your opinion and your perspective, sir. I respect your opinion. Thank you, sir. Liviesk says, if Iran supports Hamas, then Iran terrorists? No. If America supports Pakistan, is America a terrorist nation? If America installs Al Qaeda or ISIS terrorist as the president of Syria, is America a terrorist nation? Does anybody call America a terrorist nation or a state sponsor of terrorism? Nobody does. Nobody does. America plays Chanakya Niti at the highest level. At the highest level. They have funded and financed Pakistani terrorism against India for decades, since the 1980s. But you won't call America that, right? So why do you want to call Iran whatever? Iran is playing the same game that America plays. Exact same game. But you want to call Iran terrorist, but not the other one. Why? Please. Black Panther says, is this the right time for China to take over Taiwan? It's the worst possible time. Worst possible time. There is no oil flowing from Hormuz. About 30 to 40% of China's oil minimum comes from Hormuz. More. Let's see. Let's find out. Okay. What percentage of China's oil comes from the Persian Gulf region? Not Iran, Persian Gulf. Let's see, visual capitalist. What does it say? By country. Okay, we are not getting the answer here. Okay, so maybe 40, because see, it's Kuwait, it's UAE, it's Saudi Arabia, it's Oman. Oman is on the other side. UAE, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iran. Probably 40-50% of China's oil comes from this region. So when that is stopped, you think China will make a move on Taiwan? I think it's a very bad time for China to try this. Very bad time. Not a good time. Pratar Dara says, I think Iran may have a better education system than us. You mean India? Oh, 100%. Iran's education system is far superior to India's education system. Yep. Saurabh Mudgil says, how alarmed should India be with her internal security, looking at the protests in Kashmir, Lucknow, etc.? You mean the protests against the American action on Iran? I don't think that's a big national security concern. Those are protests against the US, not against India, right? But overall internal security, we have to take it very seriously. And we obviously have big issues in various parts of India. No question about that. Open to unlearn. That's a great name. So the question is it fair to say that if our education system was capable of speaking the truth and make the population patriotic, this will stop corruption? It will definitely have a significant positive impact in rooting out corruption, right? It certainly would if the education system was much better and you could actually speak the truth. It would definitely make a big difference for sure. Yes. Because see, there are so many things about our history that we can't even speak openly about in the education. The education system tiptoes around those topics. It skirts those topics. We can't even speak openly about our history and what's happened in the past. We can't speak openly about it. We can't discuss the actions of foreigners openly. So that puts in this culture of self-censorship in everybody. And it teaches you lies about history, which makes you less patriotic. It puts this huge burden of the inferiority complex on all Indians, right? All Indians have this inferiority complex. You weren't born with an inferiority complex, but today you have it. The education system does that to you. So yeah, the education system definitely needs to be reformed. Feels Strongman says, I see many China bots commenting negative in every video of yours. Well, it's the second largest population in the world. They'll come, right? It's okay. Let them do it. Let them do it. It's fine. Aniket says, CZ remains the largest supplier of crude to India. CZ. In February, India's Russian oil imports climbed 6% in February despite US pressure plus buying more S-400 anti-Vassal behavior. What's a CZ? Czechoslovakia. CZ. Okay, somebody is the largest supplier of crude to India. So India is buying more S-400s. That is not Vassal behavior. So that is the behavior of a sovereign nation, because the Americans don't like India buying such things, but we are still buying it. Good. I'm glad. But there are other behaviors that raise big question marks. So I'm very glad we are buying more S-400s. I'm very glad. Magnesium supplements says US arming Kurdish for ground operations. Is this the right move? Well, it's right for the US. It's wrong for Iran. But it's not happened yet. It's only words thus far. Trump says that he will consider doing it, or he's thinking of doing it, of supporting Kurdish aspirations for independence from Iran. So he is saying, I want to foment a civil war in Iran. That's what he is saying. He has not started arming them yet. And it will be difficult because this will set off big alarm bells in Turkey. So the Turks will oppose this. So it's just conceptual right now. It's not happened. Black Panther says, how the US can defeat Iran in this war? Nuclear option. See, even if they use nuclear weapons, Iran will not be defeated. Let's say one nuke kills 10,000 people. Okay? And let's say the Americans use 10 nukes. Okay, I don't want any nuclear use, but I'm just saying hypothetically. So if there are 10 nukes that are used, maybe it'll kill 100,000 people, maybe 1,000,000 people. The Iranians will still keep fighting. The US can't defeat Iran unless they create a horrible water shortage in Iran or something. Then Iran could be balkanized possibly. But that will take several years. The Americans can't defeat Iran. Can't. The Iranians are willing to fight hand to hand at the end if required. They'll fight with sticks and stones and knives and swords if required. The Americans can't defeat Iran. Saddam Hussein tried for 10 years with all his might. And you know what? Who was funding and arming the Saddam Hussein? The US. And Saddam failed. And he is right next door. The Americans are far away. How will they bring so much manpower and all? Not possible. Rohan Biri says, the world is clearly over-dependent on the Strait of Hormuz. Will we see new trade routes open up? Which nations could potentially benefit from them? See, when it comes to oil, there's only one place. There's only one place which has the majority of the oil in the world. That's the Persian Gulf region. Now, if you find other oil reserves elsewhere, then those new trade routes could open up. But as long as the majority of the world's oil is physically present in the Persian Gulf region, you can't do anything about the dependency on the Strait of Hormuz. You can't do anything about it. This is not a trade route, it's an energy supply route. And the trade you can do anywhere. But energy, if it is only located there, or majority of it is located there, you can't bypass the Strait of Hormuz, right? So yeah, new energy routes, I don't see them opening up. We have some other nations like African nations, Nigeria, etc., which produce oil. Indonesia is an oil producer. What else? Venezuela. Next to Venezuela, what's that country where Guyana, right? Guyana has discovered major oil reserves. So Guyana could be a potential candidate and so on. But yeah, you can't do anything about the Strait of Hormuz because the oil is physically located in that region. Hriday Narayan Singh says if they are done with Iran, they will make minority in danger narrative by American newspapers, NGOs, Pakistan, Sunni, Iran, Saudi, Turkey will come. If come for India and US will make pressure in world for India to demilitarize and rock news. What is the question? If they are done with Iran, they will make minority in danger narrative. Okay. US newspapers, NGOs, and so on. Fine. Pakistan, Sunni, Iran, Saudi, Turkey, if come for India and US will make pressure in the world for India to demilitarize and drop nukes like Japan. I don't see nukes getting involved in this matter. Okay, so let's say the Americans are able to get what they want, achieve what they want in Iran, okay? Then they will come after India, but not with nuclear weapons. Not with nuclear weapons. They will work. There are already these massive divisions in India, which have been actually made worse by successive Indian governments, right? The Americans will work on that. They will do sub-national diplomacy. They will create all kinds of narratives of minorities in danger and all that stuff. They will make the situation in Manipur worse. They'll make the situation in other parts of India worse, and they'll have India break up eventually. That's the dream goal. So it will not need nukes for that to happen. Aries Manticore says, I have seen Iran's recent statements. They don't seem to openly mind India's current stance. They seem strangely silent too. We aren't angry at each other. We seem strangely aligned in mutual silence. See, understand one thing. India has done absolutely nothing in the past 4 days against Iran. Understand the difference between words and actions. Prime Minister Modi's tweets are words. His absence of a tweet condoling the death of Mr. Khamenei, that's also words or the absence of words. Words, nobody cares. See, Indians care about words, but in the real world, nobody cares about words. Okay, Iran will understand that India is making statements they're doing because of various compulsions and constraints they face. But India is not actually doing anything against us. India is not taking any action that can hurt us. Right? So that's why Iran doesn't mind. India is verbally supporting Israel, the US, and the Gulf nations. Verbally. We are not sending arms, ammunition, weapons to those countries. We are not sending Akash missiles and BrahMos missiles to various nations. We are staying out of it. So you understand that? Do you understand that? So words don't matter. In India, words matter. In India, only words matter. Indians only look at words. They don't have to ye bol diya. हमने मुंह तोड़ जवाब दे दिया and all. Indians are all about words. Words don't matter. So thus far, India has taken no action that can hurt Iran. That's why Iran doesn't mind. But if India starts allowing American warships to dock in Indian ports, that's a whole different story. And the Americans will demand that. Pradeep Rao says, can India start buying Russian oil again? I think India has no choice but to buy Russian oil. No choice whatsoever. India always has the option to do it. But India has stopped doing it allegedly of late because Uncle Trump is unhappy. So India can, of course, restart buying Russian oil. No question about it. Black Panther says, will the US have any cards to play in the war? The US has all kinds of cards to play. But the cards won't work. That's the problem. They are not going to be able to defeat Iran. It will take a long time to defeat Iran. So they'll use various cards. They may even use the nuclear option possibly, especially if Iran takes out an aircraft carrier or something, or if Israel comes under tremendous pressure. The Americans may consider that. But they have all kinds of cards. They have cards that I will not even discuss here because. Okay. Pandurang says, if you were, what if you were Iran's next supreme leader? See, Iran's supreme leader has to be, first of all, a Muslim, and secondly, a Shia. And then he has to be a very great scholar in Islamic law and Shia things and whatnot. I am eminently unqualified from all perspectives. So I can't be Iran's next supreme leader. Sergeant Skyland says, can we mass produce drones and missiles like Iran? We can mass produce drones and missiles way more than Iran. Iran is doing this under so many constraints. It has been hit with every sanction you can imagine. It has been cut off economically from the rest of the world. Iran doesn't have the kind of resources India has. India can mass produce drones and missiles way more than Iran. And you know what? It will boost India's economy if we set up drone and missile manufacturing plants. It will give employment to tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. Of course, we can do it, but we choose not to do any of these things. Pratharadana says, allegedly next targets are Turkey and Saudis. Will Arabs change course and distance themselves from the US, make peace with Iran? Also, I saw one missile versus 11 Israeli interceptors. Yeah, I've also seen that sort of thing. All these Iron Dome interceptors going up and the missile just dodging them and coming down. And these Iranian missiles are releasing a burst, releasing a cluster of decoys. Each decoy glows like the exhaust of the missile. So each decoy mimics a missile, and that totally confuses the interceptor missiles. And they're like, what do I hit now? And then the kill vehicle, which contains the warhead, that then acquires hypersonic velocity and just slams down. Yeah, so that's what. Allegedly, next targets are Turkey and Saudis. Will Arabs change course and distance themselves from the US? Well, they would love to now. Now they've realized the US had no intention of saving them. And but can they? Can they ask the US to leave? Pack up your bags and leave. Leave our territory. Dismantle your military locations. Will they be able to do that? I don't think so. I mean, recently Spain said to Trump that we will not allow the US to use Spanish ports for your operations. Trump said, first of all, I'm going to cut off all economic ties with Spain. And secondly, I'm going to use your ports whether you like it or not. Because I'm strong enough to do that. And there's nothing you can do about it. That's pure blackmail and arm twisting, right, Trump? So he can do that to the Arabs too. So we'll see about whether the next targets are Turkey and Saudis, but yeah, we'll see. Shreyas Jadhav says, what's the situation in Tel Aviv as of now? I think Twitter has now censored whatever's coming out of Tel Aviv in Israel. We are not getting any fresh information anymore. Twitter was supposed to be the place where you get the latest information, right, in real time. Not happening now. I suspect the situation in Tel Aviv is pretty dire. The videos that came out in the past 3 days or something, they showed all kinds of missiles slamming into Tel Aviv all over the place. I mean, entire neighborhoods turned into rubble. So Tel Aviv seems to be in bad shape right now. Yeah. Vidhi Maniyar says, what's our way out of all this? Can we change stand? We can change stands anytime we want, but that will bring a set. Each stand has a set of circumstances. So I think Prime Minister Modi has taken the best and most practical possible stand right now, based on ground realities and being practical rather than based on ideology. Can we change the stand? We can, I suppose. See, what's our way out of all this? See, right now we are not dragged into the conflict. The Americans will want us to be dragged into the conflict. We should ideally say no. I don't know if Mr. Modi will be able to say no to Trump if he asks for Indian ports, but ideally we should say no, and we should stay out of the matter. That way we will be out of it. We should ensure that we don't get dragged into it. And we should watch what's happening, observe in great detail what's happening, and whatever military lessons and strategic tactical lessons we can learn, we should learn them and very rapidly implement them. So like I said, we need a stockpile of hundreds of thousands of drones and tens of thousands of missiles of various kinds. Do we have it? We don't have it. So start doing it. That's what we should do. Ashish Kumar says, India picked a side but stayed neutral in Russia Ukraine. Why the different stance? What does this mean for BRICS? If India fights Pakistan, will West Asia support it? And who actually backs Iran in this conflict? Is it alone? Okay, you, you ask me every possible question here, which is fine. Which is fine. Who backs Iran in this conflict? Is it alone? It's fighting alone. Who's fighting with it? It's fighting. It's fighting alone. It has backing from Russia and China. Russia and China are providing Iran an alternative to the GPS system. Obviously, America's GPS is not available to Iranian to the Iranian military. So Iran is using the Russian GLONASS and the Chinese Beidou, and China is also apparently supplying Iran with satellite imagery of the battle space so that they know exactly what's happening. So that's the kind of support Iran has: indirect support, not direct support. If India fights Pakistan, will West Asia support India? Well, Iran would have supported India. The Arab nations won't support India. India picked a side here because we had no choice. Trump would have forced us behind the scenes. Arm twisting. We stayed neutral in Russia and Ukraine. Yeah, our stand was different. Now it has changed. The past 6 months, something has changed. Operation Sindoor was our last great resistance. After that, we have kind of buckled. Why the different stance? The different stance is because of the leverage Americans have applied on India. What does it mean for BRICS? We'll see about that. BRICS doesn't seem to be a very actively viable organization right now too much. Fields Strong Man says, you mentioned that America is less likely to send a warship to Hormuz because of getting shot by missiles. So with what confidence Trump tweets that he will send ships to escort oil tankers? Bluff card. Trump is known to lie on an ongoing daily basis. Last year, after the 12-day war with Iran, he bombed Natanz and Fordo, right? The US aircraft bombed the Iranian facilities of Natanz and Fordo, nuclear facilities. And then Trump declared that Iran's nuclear program has been destroyed forever. Trump declared that last year, that America has permanently destroyed Iran's nuclear program. Today, he is saying that we are fighting this war against Iran so that Iran does not become a nuclear power, which means that he was either lying at that time or he is lying right now. Trump lies on an ongoing daily basis. He's a liar. I hope I have established that he has been lying. Right? So if Trump has tweeted that he will send ships, he's lying. Trump also said that we have unlimited supplies of arms and ammunition and missiles. He's lying. He lies on a daily, ongoing basis. Okay? Aries Manticore says, I think India probably foresaw the situation as possibility. We have pretty good raw experts in Iran and Israel. India is reacting very calibratedly to the situation. I doesn't seem too surprised. Okay. So if India foresaw the situation and that this war would happen, why does India only have a stockpile of about 25 days of oil? If we foresaw this, that's a question that's relevant and valid, I think. Swastik Shankar says, we have significant and historic Shia population in India. Shias fought with us against Pathans in 16th century. Also, Shias and Hindus ruled together. Also, Hussaini Brahmin history seems government has chosen sides. The government of India has chosen sides based on practical considerations, not ideology or religion. And I'm not aware of this, the history of the Shia people. I'm not really. IPK1S says, we might see East India Company 2.0 before GTA 6. GTA 6, Grand Theft Auto. Okay, I am not a gamer, so I don't know about that. But okay. Okay, one hopes not. One hopes not. Vlogier Saka says, in the last few podcasts, you said that Iran is not going to last in the war. Then why are you changing your stance now? Did I say that Iran won't last in the war? I am not sure if I would have said that. But so I don't remember, but Iran won't last long. Okay, but see, even if I may have said that, you can always reassess the situation based on what's happening and what you're seeing, and then you can give a better, more informed interpretation of what's happening, right? You can do that. It is perfectly okay to change your stance based on what's happening in the world when more information becomes available. If I make a statement 6 months ago, does it mean that it is set in stone and I can never change my stance, or never change my views, or never change my perspective? Kakashi says, if we sell out and vassalize, can we develop like the UAE? Look at the situation in the UAE today. Let's say hypothetically they sold out and vassalized. Look at the situation. They are going backwards now. Their entire economic model is gone. And see, to develop okay, I know what you mean. If you, in case some of you have gone to the UAE, the UAE is like a much better version of India. It's full of Indians, but it's like India if all the corruption was gone and everything was done right. That's the kind of nation the UAE is. All the roads are like first world country roads. Nobody breaks traffic rules. Everybody follows the laws and law and order. There is no crime. The living standards are very high. So it's like if you do India right, that's what you get. You get the UAE. So if we sell out and vassalize, will we become like the UAE? No. Because in India, the standards are very low. The system, the UAE system is different. India's system is different. The system won't change here. So India will remain a mediocre nation even if it vassalizes. Pavan Kumar KM says, looks like Chinese HQ9 has failed again. Pakistan, Venezuela, now Iran. World may move towards India for Akash or Russia, which is best proven defense. Even the Iron Dome has failed. Iran is pummeling Tel Aviv and other cities. So the Iron Dome has failed. The American Patriot system has failed. Their terminal high altitude area defense system, THAAD, has failed. Their $1.1 billion radar has been destroyed by the Iranians. Everything has failed. So why only single out the Chinese? Right? Everything has failed. Every air defense system has limitations. And the limitations are essentially mathematical. Will the world move towards India for Akash? Don't know. Or Russia? The Americans won't allow the world to buy Russian weapons. India has no option but do it because it's good. But most nations won't be allowed by the Americans to buy Russian systems. Rakin Khan says, what made Iraq lose in 2003 and Iran resist the US in 2026? If you could just lay out the difference between their defense system strategy, if relevant. Good. Great question. Great. Why did Iraq lose in 2003? And why is Iran able to resist in 2026, 23 years later? Iran is being able to resist the Americans today and give a muh tod jawab, like you say, because Iran has a stockpile of maybe more than 1 lakh drones and maybe more than 10,000 ballistic missiles. That is a gigantic stockpile. Because of this stockpile, they can keep fighting for months. And they can outlast their enemies. The American and Israeli stockpiles of interceptor missiles will run out very soon. And cruise missiles and whatnot, everything. Iran has been preparing for 46 years for this war. Iraq in 2003 was under American sanctions, just like Iran. But Iraq did not build up this kind of stockpile of drones, missiles, whatever. They did not have the defenses. So that's why they were wiped out very soon. And the Americans essentially flattened Iraq. They flattened Baghdad. They flattened Tikrit. They flattened everything. And then they walked in. They can't do it in Iran because Iran is just too powerful. Why is it too powerful? Because it has worked very hard to build up these stockpiles. Iraq did not do that, and that's why they lost. That's the main core issue. Khajoro Bitathon says, fighting a losing war against Afghanistan, helping the US against Iran, ignoring the murder of its own civilians, Pakistan's biggest worry, India's build-up and no tabs on the border, weird. Are we going to strike while Uncle Sam is busy, or would that be stupid? See, right, the situation is that Pakistan is fighting a war against Afghanistan. The situation right now is war. I'll show you. Wait. If we go to Google, Afghanistan-Pakistan War 2026. Even Wikipedia recognizes what's going on right now as a war. So Pakistan is right now embroiled in a war with Afghanistan. The Pakistanis, they launched airstrikes on Afghan civilians and killed a bunch of Afghan civilians around 21 or something February. And less than a week later, the Afghans retaliated by launching attacks across the border, the disputed border Durand line, and they captured a bunch of Pakistani military outposts, and the war has been going on since then. So Pakistan has this big issue with Afghanistan. There's an active war with Afghanistan. Apparently, Pakistani territory is being used by American aircraft to transit Pakistani territory and launch possibly operations against Iran. Maybe the Americans may also be quietly operating an airbase or two in Pakistani territory. So the Pakistanis are complicit and involved in the American operations against Iran. Let's be clear about that. So on the one hand, on Pakistan's western border, there's the Iran war. In the northern border, there's the Afghan war. Okay. And then there are no times that India is issuing now. So is it a good time for India to strike at Pakistan while Uncle Sam is busy? Well, actually, if you consider the whole situation, this is the ideal time for India to destroy Pakistan, the terrorist nation. America has said that it's fighting Iran because Iran is a terrorist nation, right? But Pakistan is an actual proven terrorist nation. We can use the American logic and apply it to Pakistan right now. And Pakistan already is embroiled in Afghanistan and Iran also in some way. This is the right time to go after Pakistan and balkanize Pakistan. And our Afghan brothers and sisters will welcome that. I mean, they will also participate in this. This is the right time, actually. But do you think Uncle Sam is blind? Do you think Uncle Sam has only 2 eyes and he's only looking at Iran? Uncle Sam has 20,000 eyes. There are a bunch of people who are only looking at the subcontinent. And they've got a bunch of people who know that this is a good time for India to strike at Pakistan. So will the Americans allow India to do this? I mean, they can't stop India from doing it. But the last time a war happened, 3-day war, the Americans came and stopped India, right? So if India starts Operation Sindoor again now, we have to make sure that the Americans can't stop us. So it has to be very rapid. Whatever military objectives we have, we should achieve those in 48 to 72 hours. It can't be 3 days. We'll do drone warfare, then Air Force, then something else. No, finish it off in 3 days. But America will not like it, obviously, because Pakistan is a very valuable asset for them. So India will have to face consequences. But if India does want to do it, this is the right time. There's no other better time than this. Vihang Khurane says, with India choosing US and Israel's side in the war, how will it affect our relationship with Russia and China? Can it make China more hostile towards us in the near future? Thank you for such a detailed analysis. Okay, thank you. See, India has chosen the side of the US and Israel in this war verbally. Verbally. We haven't actually taken any action against Iran. We have given verbal support to Israel and the US and the various Gulf nations. And we have chosen not to convey our condolences to the people of Iran over the assassination of their supreme leader. We've kept quiet about that. So yeah, it will, you can say that it means India has chosen one side, but India has chosen the side verbally, not materially, not through actions. So that won't affect our relationship with Russia and China. Not really. The optics aren't great, but it doesn't really affect the relationship with Russia and China. What can affect our relationship with Russia is if India stops buying Russian oil, which allegedly India has kind of definitely cut down on Russian oil in the past few months. So that can affect India's relationship with Russia because it's actions. We were buying a lot of oil from Russia and we were obviously paying Russia for it. So it was helping Russia and it was helping us. Now, if we cut down significantly, drastically the purchase of Russian oil, that obviously is going to strain the India-Russia relationship. And now that Hormuz is closed, we are going back to Russia. Or maybe it was all pre-planned. I don't know. So that sort of thing can strain a relationship. China, India and China, look, the relationship isn't normal anyway. The relationship isn't friendly. And China has always been hostile to India. So we don't care if China gets more hostile or not, because we have taken some decision somewhere. China can go and mind its own business. If China was a friendly nation, we would have considered China's feelings about this matter. But China is a hostile nation. China is a nation that has, for decades, refused to demarcate the India-Tibet border, which is a hostile act. So I don't care what China thinks or whether China's precious little feelings are hurt. And anyway, we have the means to defend ourselves from China if need be. So it doesn't matter. Russia is important. China, I don't care. Black Panther says, which one best, India non-alignment or multi-alignment? Multi-alignment is always best, not non-alignment. Non-alignment is stupid. Multi-alignment makes a lot of sense. Okay. Daksh Muktanjay says, to trust anything and any report of US at the moment is foolish. Give at least 5 days to confirm and never believe the reports and stories on their arsenal and real-time war assets, propaganda, warfare, pro max. I completely agree. The only nation that can be trusted is India. So when there's a clash with China and 20 Indian soldiers die, India reports immediately 20 soldiers died. China lost probably 80, 90 soldiers, but even today they're claiming it's only 4 who died. But India says Satyamev Jayate. We have to speak the truth. The only nation that gives genuine, accurate analysis, wartime reporting of its losses is India, which I think is retarded. It's mental retardation. The Americans probably have lost hundreds of soldiers, but they are saying they've lost only 6. That is what a self-respecting and intelligent nation does. Aries Manticore says, luckily we did not sign a mutual defense agreement with the UAE. Otherwise, we would have been dragged into this war immediately. It's a sign that we haven't vassalized yet to the US. Lemoa will be abused here. But the Americans will try and leverage Lemoa. Apparently, Lemoa is not, it's not mandatory that we give access to our ports to the Americans, but they will try and arm twist the hell out of us for sure. Yeah, we don't have a mutual defense agreement with the UAE. And because of that, we don't have to be involved in the war, which, well, turns out it's a good thing. Yeah. Uchiha says, but sir, I believe that Mossad is the best and is best one and win. Okay, sir. Okay. Putin says, could Taco become the Brezhnev or Gorbachev of the US? Well, Taco will be the Taco of the US. He will have his own special characteristics which are different from those of Brezhnev and Gorbachev. Gorbachev was a sellout. Gorbachev essentially was a traitor. He presided over the final destruction of the USSR. He essentially was a US agent. Taco is nobody's agent. Maybe he was an agent of Epstein or something. Brezhnev, so Taco is Taco. You can't compare him with Brezhnev or Gorbachev. Hajoro Bitathon says, if we have only 30 days of oil and the rich Gulf countries are going to run out of food, will Pakistan, Afghanistan and others revert to the Stone Age in a few weeks? We have about 25 days of oil, apparently. But we will hopefully resume buying large quantities of oil from Russia. Maybe we can ask the Americans for oil. They will sell it at 3 times the market rate or whatever, but we will somehow get the oil. But it's going to cause hardship in India. And then the politicians will lecture you, stop using air conditioners, stop doing this, stop doing that, stop watching TV, stop using fans, be frugal, while they live in their 100 crore bungalows and all. That's what they will do. So India will manage. Gulf countries are going to run out of food, possibly, if this drags on for a few weeks. The Gulf countries are going to be in deep, deep trouble. Not just food, water also. So will Pakistan, Afghanistan and others revert to the Stone Age in a few weeks? Not the Stone Age, but it's going to be terrible hardship if this goes on for weeks or months. There's going to be significant hardships. Pakistan, Afghanistan are not affected. The Gulf countries are affected. Pakistan obviously needs oil. It doesn't have its own oil. So it will also be affected because of the oil shortage. Afghanistan also. So everybody is going to be affected in a variety of different ways, unique ways. Gautam says, can't the US dock their ships in Karachi? Then they have a lot of ships. And one port can't accommodate them all. And I'm not sure Karachi can handle a lot of ships. So that's the problem. That is the problem. Aries Manticore says, don't be surprised by Indians having eccentric views during this war. We have 1.4 billion people. Garbage and gems are easy to find at scale. India is ordered chaos incarnate. Nation first. Nation first, of course. And yeah, it's okay. Indians have all kinds of views, many eccentric views as well. That's okay. That's okay. I'm not surprised. Buddha Goes Nuclear says, Finnish president in India. Is that significant? Something about Ukraine or Russian oil or anything else? I have not even looked at this matter at all. I am aware the Finnish president was in India today. I am aware of that because I saw Mr. Modi tweet about something. Beyond that, I have not looked into it. I have no idea what the agenda is. Finland, member of NATO, of course. So I have not looked into this. Right now, my entire focus is on what's happening west of the west coast of India, the Gulf region. That's what I'm looking at. I'll look into this, but right now I don't have an answer for you, unfortunately. Sorry. Anand Singh says US can't exit the Iran war because of its imperial hubris, question mark. No. See, Trump has ordered this gigantic military buildup in West Asia around Iran. This military buildup has happened over the last 2-3 months, couple of months. The Americans flew hundreds of cargo plane sorties from America into these military bases in West Asia. They have sent a whole bunch of ships there. They've sent a whole lot of material, a whole lot of people there, soldiers. This entire set of activities would have cost them billions of dollars and months of time. So they have fully invested their time, effort, energy, money, everything into building up this military buildup. Then Trump has ordered the attack on Iran. So the attack is happening. So after investing so much money and starting a war, if you then say, oh, it's not working out, we'll move out, it is a humiliation for the United States and personally for Trump. And that will destroy Trump's political standing. The American midterm elections are due in November or something this year. The Republican Party will be wiped out of existence in the midterms. That is the existential crisis Trump is facing, and that's why he can't exit Iran. He has to somehow find a way to win. How do you win now? He'll have to invent a victory out of something. Maybe he'll have to use some special weapons. I don't know. That's the deal. Spider-Man says, following your channel for past 5+ years, best ever, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Or ma'am. Spider-Man, sir. Thank you. Priyansh Deshmukh says, what might happen in the next few years if India does show resilience against US demands? Well, India will grow a spine. And for a few years, things may be tough for India. The Americans will apply pressure and they will make it hard for India to grow economically. But if India can somehow show resilience for the next 5 years and keep growing its economy at 6-7% per year, in about 5 years, India will be at a stage where it will be hard for the Americans to keep pressurizing us. Right? So if India does not cave in, if India shows resilience until, let's say, 2030, 31, by that time it will become impossible for anybody to arm twist India. So the next 5 years are critical. They're crucial. The next 5 years are a make or break time for India. Shreyas Jadhav says 4.3 magnitude earthquake on the Richter scale. Does it indicate nukes? So there was an earthquake in some part of Iran, which was 4.3 on the Richter scale. And I went, okay, let's find out together, shall we? Let's see how this analysis is done. Was there an earthquake in Iran recently, 4.3 magnitude Richter scale? Okay, this happened on Tuesday. So today is Wednesday. So this happened yesterday. Girash, Fars province. Girash, Fars province. Earthquake. Right. Do we have any seismological data? Seismological data. Do we have any of that? Volcano discovery. Logical, whatever. News on AIR. Let's see. March 3, 2026. So we have this earthquake that happened. How deep was the earthquake? What was the depth? The depth was 10 kilometers. Do you see, my dear viewers? The depth was 10 kilometers. The earthquake originated 10 kilometers below the Earth's surface. Now let's do another search. Deepest hole ever dug. Kola Super Deep Borehole, 12 kilometers. So the deepest hole ever dug, which took years to dig, was 12 kilometers deep. Do you think Iran will dig a hole 10 kilometers deep to test a nuclear weapon? No. Nobody has the time to do that. It will take years. So this earthquake happened at a depth of about 10 kilometers, which means it's a natural earthquake. It's not a nuclear test. And a nuclear test doesn't generate a 4.3 magnitude earthquake. Probably less than that. So it's not a nuclear test. All right. Black Panther says, explain Iranian versus Persian difference. Who owns the land? See, Iran is this new name of the land. Who are the Persian people? Their original name was the Parshva people. They were the people who used the Parshu in warfare. The Parshu means the battle axe in Sanskrit. Parshu. And maybe there were warriors who preferred to use the Parshu in warfare. That's why they were called the Parshva people. And they settled in this land west of India, outside after leaving India. And because they settled in the land eventually got a name based on their name. So they were the Parshva people, and this land eventually came to be known as Persia. And their capital was Parshvapur, which the Greeks called Persepolis. It's today called Parsa in Iran. So historically, the land was Persia, named after the people, the Parshva people, the Persians. Later in the 20th century, it was renamed to Iran, the land of the Aryans, by that guy, Pahlavi. No difference. Who owns the land? The Persian people own the land. The Persian people are the true natives of the land. Aries Manticore says this situation is engineered by the USA. Trump said he forced Israel. Is he doing this to cause a sharp spike in oil prices to sell Venezuelan oil for immense profit and integrates it fast into the oil economy? I don't know. This entire business is about gaining control of the world's oil resources. It's not about manipulating the market and causing sharp spikes and all that. It's about taking control of all the oil reserves in the world, major oil reserves. By doing that, you are targeting China. The objective is to control the sources of China's energy so that you can then arm twist China on demand. That's the whole point of whatever the Americans are doing. It may look very random. One day Venezuela, another day Iran, third day Ecuador. Ecuador is different, but Venezuela, Iran, it's all about oil. Okay. Chinmay says, will India hit Iran, and yes, how, which weapons if dragged into war? Given Iran was kind of an ally, kind of helping us before the war of Afghanistan, Armenia. India will not hit Iran. It will be incredibly, absurdly stupid if India hits Iran. If yes, which weapons? I am not even discussing which weapons, because India should never do that. India should not get involved in this war against Iran. India should not do anything that is detrimental to Iran. And the Americans will ask for access to Indian ports. India should deny that also. India should not get dragged into this war, no matter what happens. I hope so, but I don't know what constraints the government of India is facing, so I can't say. But India should not hit Iran whatsoever, in any way whatsoever. Hyphen says, I'm still optimistic India will get out of the situation and keep rising. Also, I hope people realize how bad any war is. These days, people talk about war like it's something to be proud of. I agree with you. Wars are horrible things. It's true that nations sometimes need to go to war. Sometimes there are just causes for war. And you can achieve a lot of your geopolitical objectives only through war. So war is it's a fact of life geopolitically. If you look at human history, all major geopolitical change has happened through warfare only. But the fact is that the wars cause immense suffering to civilians, to non-combatants. They cause immense humanitarian suffering. It's all nice on the TV screen when you watch movies and all, but if you actually have to face the consequences of warfare, they are horrible. They are horrific, right? So wars are bad, and we should avoid war as far as possible. So I agree with you about that completely. And I'm also optimistic that India will keep rising, and India will find a way to to find its way. So I'm optimistic. We should all remain optimistic. All right. PP5K1 says, did US took hard hit back? US commander motivating soldiers saying Jesus will return the war. Senators saying the situation is worse than expected. The US underestimated Iran's missile power. You are right to be worried. The US has taken very hard hits, and they are not revealing that right now. Okay, their fifth fleet, which is based in Bahrain, that entire infrastructure seems to have been destroyed or damaged significantly. One of their $1 billion radars was destroyed. The Iranians have hit at least one American ship. The Iranians have hit various hotels in which lots of American personnel were staying, and they've hit specific floors and specific rooms. And the Iranians are hitting Israel very hard. They're hitting American allies very hard. So the Americans are taking big hits. They're not confessing that to the world. They're not admitting that, because in war you don't say these things. You keep it quiet. But the situation for the US is much worse than what they had ever expected. It's been a shock for the US. And there was some mention of Jesus or whatever. I didn't look into that, but yeah, some mention of Jesus coming back or something. Aries Manticore says, I fully believe and trust your frustrations about fellow Indians supporting US, Israel, or Iran in this war. The education system must face severe reckoning for producing such brilliance. Yeah, well, it's just a fact of life in India, right? It's just a fact in India that the education system produces people who can't understand the world properly. So it's not their fault, and one must also not get too frustrated about this. So it is what it is. Anyway, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Angad Singh says, Deutschland or France, dominant power if US exits Europe? None of them. If the US exits Europe, what do you think will happen? One nation will emerge as a dominant power? No. The moment the Americans exit Europe, the Europeans go back to the tribal warfare, and they go to war, and they will be back at each other's throats. No dominant power right now. Long term, it could be either Deutschland or France. Or England, perhaps. Maybe England's time is gone now. We'll see. Maybe Poland. Sagar Ghare says, what about Indians who bought property in Gulf countries? Was it wise? Is infrastructure enough without strong defense and security? Without strong defense and security, nothing is enough. And your investments they could go down the drain. So those Indians who have bought property in the Gulf, I think, it may turn out, it will probably turn out to not be a very wise decision. We all know there are lots of Indians who have bought property in the Gulf countries. Lots of Indians, wealthy Indians, live in Dubai because it's just a couple of hours away from India. You can come back to India anytime you feel like. You can take a flight tomorrow morning, and come to India if you want. So that's why the Gulf region is so it's so convenient for wealthy people. But if the situation continues and these Gulf cities become unviable as long-term residences, all those properties, their prices will plummet, and those investments will be wasted to a certain extent at least. Was this wise? Well, was it wise of the Gulf nations to trust the American promise that we will take care of your security and defense? It wasn't wise. So this all happens because you trusted the American military umbrella and security umbrella. Was it wise? In hindsight, probably it wasn't wise. Gautam says, just for fun, it looks like US is going to lose its sovereignty first in your list. Based on what Marco Rubio has said, looks like they have lost their sovereignty already. Yeah, I mean, Israel dragged Trump into the war. Dhaval Chauhan says, what are the scenarios of India getting into this war? How could India get into the war? India will not get involved directly, but India may be forced to give access to American warships, give American warships access to Indian bases. So that in that way, India is kind of indirectly involved in the war. Beyond that, I don't think anything else will happen. Spider-Man says, "Good evening, sir. In your live stream, you said power and might prevails over morality in geopolitics. Does this mean that nations must seek power by any means? Does it also apply to persons' lives?" Okay, first question, does it mean that nations must seek power by any means? Absolutely yes. You can't play the game by a different set of rules compared to the others. If everybody is seeking power by any means, you have no choice but to seek power by any means or be left behind and become a victim. So, yes, nations must seek power by any means. Learn from the US. Does this also apply in people's lives? No, see, all the rules of geopolitics also apply in your personal life. But in your personal life, it's not like you acquire power and get weapons and stuff, right? So the rules apply differently in the depending on the context in people's lives. But yes, if you are able to acquire power, well, it's beneficial for you. It doesn't mean that you should acquire power anyhow by being unethical or whatever. That's a personal choice at the end of the day. It depends on your personal ethics. But I would say don't acquire it by any means. But if you are a nation, you have to acquire it by any means whatsoever, like the Americans do. Anand Singh says, "Will India replace China in selling Iranian oil?" And I don't see that happening. India doesn't sell Iran. China also doesn't sell Iranian oil. You mean buying or selling? I don't know. Ritish says, "Can Oman be used against instead of the Strait of Hormuz?" You can't have ships coming through Oman, right? Oman is on land. See, where is map? Let us bring map on screen. Yes. Right. Okay. So we're talking about Oman. So Oman is this large nation, reasonably large nation, in the western, in the eastern part of the Arabian Peninsula. So if you want to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, can those tankers and ships come through Oman? But Oman is land. Ships can only pass through sea. So it's not possible. If you want to bring oil through Oman, you will have to construct pipelines, which takes years. So not practical. You see, it's not practical. Ashish says, "Why can't US use Pakistani ports instead of dragging India?" Because they want to put India under pressure. Pakistan only has one or two ports, Gwadar and Karachi. And Gwadar is very close to Iran. If the Americans use Gwadar, the Iranians can take it out immediately. The Iranians can wipe Gwadar out of the face of the earth. And if the Americans are using Karachi, the Iranians can attack Karachi too. Let's look at the map. Karachi isn't that far from Iran, right? I mean, even India is not that far. But see, Karachi is here. How far is Karachi from, let's say, some part of Iran? 600 kilometers. Very easy to target Karachi. Very easy. So the Americans will want to operate at a reasonable distance from Iran, which makes Indian ports ideal. You see? That's why. Aris Manticore says, "I think India should produce millions of DRNs and tens of thousands of BrahMos as a national mission, no matter the situation." Jai Hind, YouTube censoring my words, used a lot of euphemisms here. DRNs. Okay. DRNs. Drones. What am I? Drones. Millions. I would say drones, hundreds of thousands. Maybe a million also is good. Yeah. We should do that. We should do that. We should have at least 10,000 ballistic missiles, maybe another 10,000 cruise missiles, depending on our threat perception and so on. And obviously, I would say way more drones. India should do that. India should wake the hell up. Until now, India looks like it's been dozing, sleeping. India needs to wake the hell up. And I agree. We should do this as a national mission. Absolutely. Okay. Answer says, woke Iranians are celebrating seems wrong for some reason. Well, in any nation, you will have some people who are woke, some people who are anti-national, some people who are this, some people who are that. It's going to happen in every nation. And they will do what they do. You can't control them, right? Yeah, if it seems too wrong to you, well, maybe it seems right to them. People are different, right? So it's okay. Romit Mishra says, I was in delusion regarding India's situation on a geopolitical level. Watching your streams really gave the real picture about the world. You're doing great work. Thank you very much, sir. I'm glad that my streams have helped you in some way. Thank you very much for your very kind words. Thank you. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, will Pakistan also join in to attack Iran? I think Pakistan has been given a different task. Pakistan's job from the American perspective is to assist them in the operations on Iran, maybe by allowing American aircraft to fly over Pakistani territory and maybe use one or two Pakistani airports. That much they will use Pakistan for. I don't think the Americans want to use Pakistan to attack Iran, because in the eastern part of Iran it's mostly desert, right? There's not a lot of cities or whatever to attack. See, if you look at Iran, let's go to the map. If you look at Iran, the major cities and all are all in the west of Iran. Near Pakistan, it's all desert. 1,000 kilometers of desert. Obviously, you have, see, look at this. Bandar Abbas, it's far from Pakistan. You have Zahedan, but there's not much to attack over there. That's why the Americans will not use Pakistan for that purpose. They will use Pakistan for the purpose of maybe doing overflights and all that, and monitoring Iran's situation from the east. Pakistan's real utility for the US is as a counterweight to India and as a nuisance towards India. That's the real purpose of Pakistan. So Pakistan will not probably not join in the attack to Iran, against Iran. Global says, Trump said this. Spain said we can't use their bases. We could use their bases if we want. We could just fly in and use it. No one's going to tell us not to use it. Yeah, Trump said that. Spain said that, told the US you can't use our bases for your war against Iran. So Spain has denied America the permission to use their bases. So Trump said, I don't care. We're going to use it, and there's nothing Spain can do about it. That's what Trump said. Might is right in geopolitics. Okay? The US is just way too powerful. There's nothing Spain can do if the Americans decide to use the bases. If the Spaniards try to forcibly evict the Americans will invade Spain tomorrow morning. They can do that. And Spain can't defend itself the way Iran defends itself. Spain is helpless. So, Fashion Rice says, cozying up to the US, terrible idea. Well, history tells you it's a terrible idea. History will tell you it's a terrible idea. Siddharth Gunjal says, what lessons can India learn from this current situation? I think I answered that. India needs to stockpile very large quantities of drones, ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, augment our military infrastructure, and so much more. So, yeah, these are the lessons straight away we can learn from the current situation. Tattani says, this is my told you so moment, that Donald Trump has taken Iran lightly. Do you think that Senate may Trump... do you think the Senate may throw him under the bus, exit the war? Yeah, Donald Trump has taken Iran lightly. I agree with you. Can the Senate end the war? I don't think the Senate can end the war. The president, the supreme commander, I think they can't. In what way will they throw him under the bus? I'm not sure. I am not sure what the legal methods are of, let's say, throwing a president under the bus. I'm not sure how it works. And I'm not sure if the Senate has the ability to stop a war if it's going on. I'm not sure if it's a possibility. But yes, he has definitely taken Iran lightly. Yeah. Feel strong man says, super slam equal to punch. I was making a joke about how Hegseth said they were there to strike first because Iran will strike in the future after Israel strikes them. LOL. Okay. Got it. Super slam means punch. Yay. Okay. Aryan Sharma says, what is the epic Brihat Katha? And what remains of it in the modern date and how was it destroyed? I have absolutely no idea. I don't know what this is. Brihat Katha. Let me quickly do a Google search, but I am not aware of this. But let me see. Do we find something? Brihat Katha. Brihat Katha. What is that? The great narrative, ancient Indian epic. Oh, in Paishachi. Oh. So when was this composed? It existed in the 6th century AD. but we don't know when it was exactly written. And it is written in Pishachi. Well. The Pishachas used to speak this language, the demons. Okay, so yeah, I am not aware of this. I have not studied the history of this text. I'm not sure about it. But it's fascinating that it's written in the extinct language called Pishachi. I'm not sure what remains of it. We'll have to read it up. So yeah, GBAM says your prediction for the winner of the Iran versus America war. If Iran is not destroyed, it wins. Iran is fighting for what? Survival. Trump is fighting for the destruction of Iran and regime change and whatever else. So whoever achieves their objectives is the winner. For Iran, the objective is to survive. If Iran survives, it's the winner and Trump loses. My prediction is that Iran wins. Aries Manticore says fault lines are too many, but solutions are being done slowly at ground level. Too much CIA and traitors will face constant sabotage and saboteur for any overt actions. It will show in decades, unfortunately. Well, there are certain endeavors that take decades, and these endeavors are still very worthwhile. If we can, let's say, solve these problems in the next 50 years, it's a worthwhile time frame to solve issues. So yeah, let us be patient and let's work towards it. Neeraj Pula, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Dattani says US vassal, what would that prevent balkanization? No, it will accelerate balkanization. The US doesn't reward its vassals with nice things. The US rewards its vassals with destruction in different ways. Japan is an American vassal. They have rewarded Japan in the past 30 years with the destruction of their economy and the destruction of the total fertility rate. In 100 years, we don't even know if Japanese people will still exist. And for a nation like India, they will want to balkanize it. Becoming a US vassal will not prevent balkanization, it will accelerate balkanization. Neeraj Pola, thank you very much, sir, once again. Thank you, sir. Hardik Joshi says, how is this war even making sense for America or Israel? I fail to see the conviction behind the claimed reasons. If you were to assess the nuances, how can this really turn out both good and bad? See, no nation will say that we are going to destroy a civilization of 90 million people because we want their oil. Okay? No nation will say that. So they will say, no, we are doing this because Iran is a terrorist nation and we want to demilitarize Iran and we want to make sure they don't have any more missiles and we want to make sure they don't have a nuclear program. All these long excuses they'll give, but the real reason is they want to destroy Iran so that they can take the oil. Okay? That's why they're doing it. Why do they want to take the oil? To pressure China more. So for the long-term geopolitical game of pressuring China, they want to destroy this nation. That's the truth. But you can't say that openly, right? That's why you come up with all these excuses. That's the American perspective. Israel's perspective is Iran says that Israel has no right to exist. That's why Iran sees Iran as an existential threat. And that's why Israel wants to destroy Iran. Well, from their perspective, they're right, I suppose. So these are the real reasons. You have to understand that certain things are not stated. You have to understand what is not stated. The unstated things are actually more important than what people say. How can this really turn out both good or bad? We'll see. It looks like Iran will survive this and the Americans will not succeed in destroying them. And Israelis also. 102, etc. says, will the Middle East construction market pick up again as this will impact lots of jobs involved? What are your thoughts? Nah. This war is going to go on for months. While missiles and drones are flying, no construction will happen. Nothing. And in case the US is not able to destroy Iran or defeat Iran, then this tense situation will go on for years beyond any ceasefire. So I think construction is not going to pick up anytime soon in the next few months or next couple of years. And yeah, it will impact a lot of jobs involved. Yes, it will. Now, who's to blame for this? Blame Iran? No. Iran didn't start this. Right? That is the unfortunate reality, unfortunately. Aries Manticore says, apologies for differing opinion, but I believe India is pragmatic. We have aligned here, not chosen a side completely. There is a more subtle strategy to protect remaining sovereignty. It looks like submission, but it's not. See, like I said, India has chosen a side for practical reasons, not for ideological reasons. Practical reasons means we are being pragmatic. We are trying our best to protect whatever sovereignty we have left. Right? We have aligned so that we don't come under immediate attack or whatever. So I think Mr. Modi is doing the best he can given the options he has and the constraints he faces. I think he's doing a great job. I am by no means criticizing Mr. Modi. I think he's taking India in the best possible direction considering the constraints and circumstances. Sometimes you have to temporarily pretend like you're bending the knee. That also is a thing in geopolitics, right? So I think India is being pragmatic, and I don't think you have a differing opinion there. I'm not saying India has vassalized itself, as of now at least. We have chosen a side, but like I said earlier, we have chosen a side verbally. We have not taken actions in that direction. Like, we have not joined the attack on Iran. We are not supporting any action against Iran. We have just verbally supported Israel and the US and so on. Banak says, Sir, France, Deutschland, VG enter in Iran, and by this, Russia, China enter World War III. We'll see about that. It looks like the Americans are pressurizing various European countries to get involved in the war. Okay. Maybe France, maybe Germany, maybe England, maybe somebody else. So if that happens, if more European nations join in and pile in on Iran, then Russia will definitely be tempted to get involved on Iran's behalf, because Russia and China can't afford to see Iran being destroyed. Iran is too important. And if this sort of thing happens, it's the beginning of World War III. Actually. Om Naik says, in a global situation like this, how to get reliable information, as some are biased propaganda, and does US obsession with Israel cause of Jews' role in building the US? In a global situation, how to get reliable information? Very difficult. We have to look at lots of different sources. So until yesterday, there was good information on Twitter, but now it's gone. Now something has changed. Elon Musk has changed some algorithm to hide what's happening, apparently. So then what do? Well, there is Telegram, but then in Telegram, you have to find the right channels. Then there are all the propaganda outlets like BBC, CNN, etc., which will only give you lies, which will only give you a one-sided story. So ideally, if there's a situation like this, you want to see both sides. You want to see what Iran is saying and claiming. You want to see what the US and Israel are saying and claiming. So it's difficult, but you have to try your best. Is the US obsession with Israel because of Jews' role in building the US? No. It's because of Jews being very influential today in US politics and very powerful. MK says, can nuclear-armed drones and UUVs exist like nuclear artillery? Can Iran destroy ICE completely if Iran has no option left? ICE? Israel. Okay. Can nuclear-armed drones and... What's a UUV? Let me quickly take a look at what is a UUV. UUV. Unmanned underwater vehicles. Can nuclear armed drones exist? Yes. Can nuclear UUVs exist? Yes. What is that supercavitating torpedo? Let me see, okay? Russian supercavitating torpedo. What's it called? I forgot. Shkval. So this is a supersonic. No, it's not supersonic, but it's a supercavitating torpedo, and it can carry nuclear warheads. So it's essentially an underwater UUV, right? Isn't it? And other kinds of UUVs can also carry nuclear weapons. Yes, so it can. Yeah, it's definitely these can definitely exist. Can Iran destroy Israel completely if Iran has no option left? It depends on how many ballistic missiles and drones Iran still has left. If Iran still has a few thousand left, it can certainly unload them all on Israel. So it depends on the circumstances. How deep are we in the war? How many months has it been? And so on. Depends. But then Israel also has options like nuclear weapons. So Abhishek Srivastav says, Kalyug is at peak. Only Mahadev can save us. Well, I call upon Mahadev to save us. Yes, Mahadev. Okay. Art Rain has become a new member. Thank you very much, Art Rain. Welcome to the membership of the channel. Thank you very much. Madhava Rao has become a member. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome to the channel's membership. PK Political says, no matter how many Abhijits bash India in the mask of RW, Bharat will become Vishwaguru and Viksit. Okay, this is a criticism towards me. All right, sir. Yes, that's I'll be the happiest if Bharat becomes Vishwaguru and Viksit. I hope so. Yes. Meet Patel says, could this be a ploy by the US to increase the demand of Venezuelan oil? No, it is not that. May stretch it out until crude prices skyrocket and say all objectives achieved. No, this is not about increasing demand of Venezuelan oil. Venezuela doesn't have the capacity to churn out a lot of oil. Venezuela has infrastructure constraints. It has probably 20% of the proven oil reserves, but the Venezuelan oil is heavy, sour crude oil. It's thick and heavy and full of sulfur, very high sulfur content. There's only 2 or 3 refineries in the entire world that can refine that oil. One is in India. So even if you increase the production of Venezuelan oil, there's a bottleneck, which is the number of refineries. So this is nothing to do with Venezuela. Okay, it has nothing to do with Venezuela. It's all about constraining. It's all about the American objective of controlling Iran's oil fields. Vaibhav says, what, in your opinion, does India need to do to protect itself from being balkanized? What about the interior front of the 2.5 front war? Look, the first thing India needs to do is to evict all foreigners who are illegally squatting on Indian territory. I don't know how many millions of Bangladeshis we have in India today. Illegal infiltrators. What is preventing the government of India from deporting them all? Aren't they a massive national security threat? Then the goddamn how many lakhs of cookies and whatnot in Manipur who have come from Burma in the last few years? All foreigners. Why can't they be deported? Why can't all the Rohingyas be deported who are squatting on Indian territory? When Operation Sindoor happened, they discovered tens of thousands of Pakistanis who had been living in India. What is India a joke or what? That's just one thing India needs to do. There's so many other things, right? There are billions of dollars flowing into India every year for the purpose of carrying out industrial scale religious conversions. Why is India allowing this to happen? Has India no self-respect? There's so many things India needs to do. Okay, Arun Rajar says, why not use cargo planes for oil? Arun. There are issues with carrying large volumes of liquid. Liquid tends to slosh around. Slosh. If you are in an aircraft and the liquid starts sloshing for some reason, it will affect the stability of the aircraft. That's one issue. The second thing is that if you want to have oil on a cargo plane, the oil is very heavy. Very heavy. Cargo planes probably can't take that, only a certain amount of oil, which doesn't make it cost effective. So there are issues, many issues like that. Ritik says, how would you rate Khamenei as compared to Pahlavi? Pahlavi was a foreign puppet who sold his nation for a few dollars. Khamenei did not do that. That's the difference. Kakashi says, you said we've picked a side, but after Iran, India is next. Why would US come for us if you have already chosen the side? Because their long-term objective for India is balkanization. If India has chosen a side and we said that, okay, we are on your side, does it mean that they will give up their long-term objectives? Their long-term objective is to balkanize India. Their long-term objective is to ensure India does not become, in the next 20-25 years, a new China. So for that, they have to ensure India remains mediocre. India remains a $4-5 trillion economy. And the best way to achieve that is to break India apart. So even if you pick their side, they're going to go after you when the time comes. Okay? V for Valor says, not in my name, not my PM. I'm not sure what you're talking about, but all right, sir. Aries Manticore says, India has already started placing mass orders for Russian oil, numbers that will make Trump and Besant Scream tariff, tariff, tariff. Outstanding. Let it bring it on. It's fine. Good. Abhirup Shorkar says, "What are the chances that India rise from all that's happening and avoid the split?" India rises from what's happening and avoids a split. I think avoiding a split is not that hard, but it will be tough for India not to become an American vassal in the next 5 years. So I've said this many times that it is there's a significant possibility that India will become a US vassal in the next 5 years. It's also possible we don't go down that road if we show strong leadership and we show the ability to withstand some temporary pain. So I think the chances are there that India will be able to rise from all of this and avoid being split and all that. I think the chances are decent. So let's all be optimistic and work towards that. Spandan Nahar says, your views on HPV vaccine drive. Should we take it because Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is involved? Do you think government could be complicit for money? I don't know if the government. See, I haven't studied this vaccine. I've heard all kinds of nasty things about Bill and Melinda Gates, their foundation, and I've heard all kinds of nasty things about their vaccine experiments in India. And my question is, why do girls need to take the HPV vaccine? What does it prevent? Human papilloma virus. Okay, let's quickly Google this. Okay, what is a HPV vaccine? I'm not asking you if it's highly effective or safe. Okay, human papilloma virus. It prevents cancers and general that stuff. Boys and girls. Okay, to prevent cancer-causing infections. Okay, what is this human papilloma virus? Intimate skin-to-skin contact. Okay, highly contagious common virus. Who gets this? You get it only through intimate skin-to-skin contact. Now, that obviously means sexual intercourse or something like that. Now, this will only come through sexual promiscuity and that sort of behavior. Now, why do we want to assume that all girls will behave like that? So I think there is something fishy behind this. I'm not sure what it is. I've not researched in detail. But my point is, we should avoid unnecessary vaccinations. Too many vaccinations isn't good. But so that's my overall stance on vaccinations as a whole. Some vaccinations obviously are very beneficial, but some may be unnecessary. I'm not sure why we suddenly need this new vaccine when there is no epidemic of human papilloma virus in India. Why do we need this now? I'm not sure. I'm kind of skeptical about this. Neeraj says, as of today, ideal short-term investment, 1 year, oil, gold, silver, or hold cash. I have no idea. I'm not an investment expert. Sorry. More than 10K says, please do holy stream with subscribers from next year. Lots of love from PM Modi and Nehruji. Okay, from next year. Thank you. All right. Thank you for the recommendation. Sagar Singh Parihar says, now that we are being dragged into a war, should we also take actions to achieve our tasks, our goals? Take back POK, annex Sindh, and liberate Balochistan. Look, we have not yet been dragged into the war. Okay? The Americans, I promise you, are going to try and force India to give their warships access to our ports. My recommendation is India should say no matter what happens. But let's say because of various reasons we can't say no. In that case, we should put conditions. Okay, you want access to my ports? You allow me to take POK and break Pakistan into 3 pieces. If you allow me to do that, then I'll give you access to my ports. So we have to negotiate really hard. So yeah, it could be an opportunity to do that perhaps. Sumesh Pandya says, Europe versus Turkey after Iran versus US and Israel. Who knows? Turkey is the black sheep in NATO, so it's possible perhaps. QTNix says, can't deep state injure Trump just to avoid nuclear stage? With Iran, nuclear war is worse for everyone. Well, the deep state will do what deep state wants. If the deep state thinks that a nuclear war is bad, then it will just tell Trump to sit the hell down. That's it. That's all they have to do. So they don't have to scare him or injure him or whatever. They just have to tell him, sit down, and it's done. Joy, thank you very much, sir. Rajiv Rana is a new member. Thank you very much, sir. Welcome to the channel's membership. Thank you. Black Panther says, if US operating through empire or deep state, how is Mr. Taco playing without proper strategy, changing the decision? Is the deep state weak? I think see, Trump hasn't made a unilateral decision. He would have asked the US military for an assessment for various plans, plan A, plan B, plan C, how to best take down Iran, and so on. And based on their recommendations and their plans and their projections, he would have given the go ahead for a strike in the beginning of the war against Iran. So it means Trump isn't incompetent. His military has messed up. His military, the US military doctrine is outdated. Okay, that's the problem. They can bring in massive air power and flatten cities, but their objective is a regime change, and maybe then their actual objective is to take control of the oil of Iran. So their war fighting doctrine is a totally different kind of doctrine. It is not modern in the sense that it can't factor in what Iran is doing. Tens of maybe 10,000 missiles and 100,000 drones, that sort of thing. It can't deal with that. So it's not entirely Trump's fault. To a large extent, it's the US military's fault. Aniket says, yes, Indian education system has so many issues, but calling Iranian system better, which teaches death to non-believers, is not right. Okay, sir, thank you. Hit, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Kuru Chitra says, waiting for Raising Standards series. All right, sir. All right. Okay. Vicky Khanna says, Iris Dina incident has taken to Hindu Twitter. People are very angry. It has become an emotional thing. Guest issue. People calling Indian Ocean claim bluff. Okay, let us see what's happening on Twitter. Let us see. Give me a second. Let's put Twitter on the screen. Okay. Masood Pezeshkian, what's he talking about? Let's quickly see. Masood Pezeshkian. Dear esteemed leaders of our friendly neighboring countries, we have strived with your assistance and through diplomacy to avoid war. However, the American Zionist military attack has left us with no choice but to defend ourselves. We respect your sovereignty and still believe that the region's peace must be ensured. Okay, nice, fine. That's fine. Qatar is shutting down the world's largest LNG export plant. Would you believe it? But we are talking about Dina, right? Dena, Dina. Merci beaucoup, mon ami. Okay, thank you. That's fine. These sailors. Okay. Right. Okay, so there's gonna be a lot of soul searching and emotions over here because of what the Americans have done to this Iranian ship in what we call our backyard. Okay. Air is Manticore says, apologies again. Operation Sindoor was a wake-up call for India to the current US strategy. We will act close but retaliate fiercely and pragmatically when our red lines are crossed. We are firmer now but more open to flexible strategies. Well, I hope that you are entirely 100% right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Swapnantar. Thank you very much, Swapnantar ji. Thank you. Pradyumna. Thank you very much, Pradyumna ji. Thank you, sir. Black Panther says East India Company filed bankruptcy. Karma. Okay. I don't know, but okay. If it's the case, karma. Aniket says, why people here are spreading fake news that India stopped buying Russian oil, but truth is in February we purchased 6% more oil from them than earlier months. They are still largest suppliers of crude oil in February to India. Okay, let's debunk all the nonsense. Let's see here, right? Okay. How much crude oil did India purchase from Russia in the last 3 months? So we're still purchasing, I suppose. What does the Hindu have to say? 44-month low in January. So yeah, there are ups and downs, but we haven't stopped the purchases of Russian oil. Um, yeah, so we haven't stopped buying Russian oil. It's gone up and down and so on. And Trump obviously had. See, the reason is this. Reason is this. Understand this. When India agreed to this interim framework for a trade agreement with the US, Trump added some extra conditions that the US will be monitoring India. And he said that I'm bringing the tariffs down on the condition that India stops purchasing Russian oil. And India, he said, and he claimed that India had committed that it will stop purchasing Russian oil. And then the imports of Russian oil did go down significantly. So that's the situation. I don't think we have stopped completely. Now we're going to buy more again because we have no choice. Mr. Henlo says, apparently Qatar is going to fully shut LNG production temporarily. Trump is also saying the US will escort tankers through Hormuz. If we have only 25 days of oil, we are in a fix. So Qatar is going to temporarily, completely, fully shut its LNG production because of the circumstances. Trump is saying the US will escort tankers through Hormuz. He's lying. It's not possible. It will not work. And we apparently have only 25 days of oil, strategic reserves, which is a joke, but I don't know why it's like that, but whatever. So we are in a fix. Yes, we are in a fix. So we will have to purchase way more oil from Russia now and maybe look for other sources also, which probably means that Trump will impose another 25% tariffs on us, but it is what it is. Yeah. Aries Manticore says, regarding India foreseeing the situation, we have 56 days of strategic reserves. We very quickly reach a deal with Russia suspiciously. Suspiciously. Maybe there is some strategic foresight at work over here, perhaps. The report I saw yesterday in various media outlets was 25 days of reserves. Now, some people are saying that's not true. It's 56 days. Some people are saying it's 74 days. Whatever. Why don't we have 365 days of strategic reserves? That's my point. That's my point. Reddy says, does India even have current offensive capabilities of Iran? No, it does not. Iran has perhaps 10,000 ballistic missiles. Iran has more than 100,000 drones. India doesn't have anything like that number of drones. India doesn't have anything like that number of missiles, ballistic missiles. We may have invested in maybe large numbers of cruise missiles, maybe a few thousand cruise missiles, BrahMos, etc., but not ballistic missiles. So India has been sleeping all this time. Not entirely sleeping. We can definitely give what they say, muh tod jawab to Pakistan. But we should be militarily so prepared that everyone around us trembles when they think about us. That's how it should be, right? So yeah, that's an issue. Black Panther says US pull Pakistan troops into Iran war to fight behalf US. I don't know about that. If things go badly, they may ask Pakistan to do that as well. Anirudh Kumar says, what's US's greatest weakness this era or year? I think one issue is leadership. They have poor leadership. Secondly, their military doctrine is outdated. And they have this sense of hubris that that we can defeat everybody. And no one is a match for us. These seem to be some of their weaknesses. Yeah. Market Whisperer says, what if Iran after a few weeks declare that they now have nuclear warheads and will take the Samson option if pushed? How do you think the US and Israel will react? The US and Israel and the whole world will remain skeptical about Iranian claims. If Iran says that we have nuclear warheads. But if Iran tests one nuclear weapon, then the world will not be skeptical. The world will take it very seriously. So Iran, if it wants to go down this road, it has to test at least one nuclear weapon. It has to test it. Maybe atmospheric test, maybe underground test, whatever, it has to test it in such a way that the whole world notices. And then you declare that now if you cross certain lines, we'll use the Samson option. Then the world will take it seriously. Rohan Bedi says, American ships are on our west coast. In February, American officials visited our Western Command. Was the visit a hint that we agreed to take part in the war? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure who approved this goddamn visit of these American officials to our Western Command. That was wrong in my opinion. Very wrong. So does it indicate, or does it serve as a hint that we have agreed to take part in this war? I'm not sure. I don't think if something happened in February, it means that we have agreed to take part in a war that happens in March. I'm not 100% sure about that. I think it's unlikely. Perhaps at the time, India would have known that the war is coming, but we would not have known exactly when the war will happen. And even if we knew it's coming, we aren't taking part in the war right now. So I think that's kind of unlikely. Konshu says, we live in Dubai. Should we stay or leave? What do you suggest looking at the current situation? Please advise, will the situation escalate in the Middle East? Look, if the war continues longer, the situation could escalate. I don't think the Iranians will target civilians anywhere. They have targeted some hotels in the UAE. They have targeted hotels where they had intelligence that American soldiers or officials were staying. So that's why they took out some floors and some rooms in certain hotels. Apart from that, they have targeted strategic infrastructure like oil production facilities, desalination facilities, American military bases, and so on. They have not gone after civilians. So if you are living in Dubai and you are not close to any strategic installation, you will be safe. But the problem is that eventually Dubai will run out of food and water. Then what do you do? That is a very strong possibility. Hormuz is closed. 80% of Dubai's food comes through Hormuz. Wait 2 weeks, there'll be a food shortage. And if the situation persists and if Iran takes out some desalination plants in the UAE, then you will start facing water shortages. So that is what could happen. I'm not saying it's guaranteed to happen, but it's a possibility. Okay? It's a possibility. And this war is not ending anytime soon. I hope it does, but it seems unlikely. It seems like it will go on for weeks, months, maybe years. And if the situation slowly becomes bad for Iran, they will hit harder at various American assets and strategic assets. So that is the situation overall. So based on whatever I can see, that's what I can tell you. And based on what I say and your own assessment of the risks and all that, because you live there, you know things better, you need to make your own decision. Yeah, that's what I can tell you. Your decision has to be your own. I have told you the risk assessment that I see, the scenarios that I see. So you need to make your own decision based on that, not just what I say, but what others are also saying. You have to look beyond me. Maybe I'm wrong. It's possible that I'm not entirely right. Maybe some other analysts or whoever is there, they may give you a better perspective. I don't know. So, don't look at only one person. Look at lots of different, take a 360-degree perspective and use your own experience and your own perspective in consider that too, because you are a resident, you know better. Based on all of that, you need to make a decision. Yeah. So all the best, sir. All the best. Konshu. But Jimna says, what will happen to the Middle East power balance? The US has not been able to protect its vassals. And since Iran is going all out. Good question. See, in 2003, the whole power balance in Middle East was changed by the Americans. When they destroyed Iraq, when they vassalized Iraq. Today, Iraq is not a power. Iraq's power score is zero. Hard power score is zero today. The Americans took it out completely. So in 2003, they completely altered the power balance. Now in 2026, we have a certain kind of power balance in West Asia. We have Iran as a major power. And then you have all the American puppets who are all cumulatively kind of balancing Iran out. And the Americans have been able to protect their vassals. Of course, we also have Israel, which is a more powerful nation than Iran. So we have the situation. What will happen? It depends on the events of the war. If the Americans somehow succeed in defeating Iran, then the entire balance of power changes and Israel becomes the most dominant power in the region. But if Iran cannot be defeated, then the power balance kind of remains the way it is. But if Iran is weakened, then other powers get slightly better, relative strength and so on. So, yeah. Aries Manticore says, the US of US Army officer using Christian prophecies to justify war to soldiers is both absurd and ironic, yes, yet suspicious too. Psyop, likely, do you think? I don't know. Um, a psyop against whom? Against their own people, against their own army, against somebody else? I don't know. Strange, in my opinion. Strange. I fail to understand what's the purpose of this. Christian prophecies to justify the war to its soldiers. A lot of soldiers may not be Christian, right? Many people in the US are atheists now. So I don't know what the purpose of this thing is. If it's a psyop, it's a psyop against whom? That's what I'm wondering. Don't know. This love, thank you very much, sir. Aries Manticore says the spine can bend but not break. This is an advanced strategy that we are playing that even China chose to ignore because of hubris. 5 years first and 50 next. But hope so. 5 years first, withstand the next 5 years, be resilient the next 5 years, and then grow the next 50 years. One hopes so. Yes, sir. Let's be optimistic. Anshul Jain says Turkey got hit by Iran. Will Article 5 get activated? Has it got hit by Iran? Turkey, Iran. Let's see. Iran's first strike on NATO member. Iran fires missile at Turkey, destroyed by NATO air defense. Okay, so Turkey has not been hit, but they are claiming that there was a missile fired at Turkey which was intercepted and destroyed. So that will not yet trigger Article 5, but let's wait and watch. Let's keep an eye on this. This seems to be an evolving situation. Iran targeting Turkey? I'll have to double check that. Okay. Shishir, thank you very much, sir. Aman Kumar Dhankar says, classified AI war game scenarios of US not optimal? Classified AI war game scenarios of US not optimal. Well, AI is also built on assumptions. Yeah, looks like they've messed up somewhere. Even their AI wargaming has not worked out for them, clearly. Because in any AI wargaming scenario or situation, you have to give some inputs. Those inputs typically are based on assumptions you make. So even the AI if it starts with wrong assumptions, it will give you wrong outputs. Yeah. Aniket says, if Iran hits carrier, it will be fun and open eyes of Indian leadership. By the way, we have 50 days oil in reserve, and we can't dig oil reserve tunnel overnight. See, you can't dig oil reserve tunnels overnight, but if you have 12 years to do the work, you can do it. My question is, why in the past 10, 15 years have we not build up oil reserves that will last us 365 days or even 2 years? Where we're sleeping? That's my point. Today, let's say we have 25 days of reserves, maybe 50 days of reserves. Why don't we have 3 years of reserves? Can't we do it over 10, 15 years? Why don't we have this? That's my point. That is my point. That's what annoys and frustrates me so much. That there is no strategic foresight. Iran knew this war is coming. They have been preparing for 45, 46 years. So could India not do something? At least build up some more strategic reserves and store oil? I just don't get it. Career and all, we'll see about that. This love says, what happened in the Indian Ocean? What happened in the Indian Ocean is that near the coast of Sri Lanka, there was this Iranian warship that was passing by. The Iranian warship was earlier, a few days ago, in India, participating in a naval exercise with our Navy. And once the exercise got over, it was going back to Iran. It was south of Sri Lanka, very close to Sri Lanka. And over there, it was torpedoed by an American submarine. It was destroyed. And more than 100 sailors are missing. So that's what's happened in the Indian Ocean. AUC says, how CIA failed to analyze Iran's contingency plans. The CIA's job is not to analyze the nation's contingency plans. The CIA's job is to foment problems in nations. It's the US intelligence services and military intelligence, etc., whose job is to do all these things. And looks like they made very bad assumptions and they've been caught completely by surprise and they've been shocked by what's happened. Clearly, they did not anticipate what Iran will be capable of doing. Clearly, they have failed miserably in anticipating what will happen. I don't know how, but yeah. Faye says, what's your opinion on the declassification of alien files by Trump? Do you think that we have alien technology used in modern military warfare? I doubt it very, very much. I am pretty sure aliens exist. Okay? The universe is vast. The observable universe is about 10 raised to 23 stars. That is one with 23 zeros behind it. That's how many stars you have. Even if each star has only one planet, you have 10 raised to 23 planets. If 1 out of a million planets can have life, then you have 10 raised to 17 planets that have some form of life, maybe microbial life or whatever. If 1 out of a million of that have intelligent life, you have 10 raised to 11 planets with intelligent life. Intelligent life means us. So that is a tremendous number of planets, right? So I'm pretty sure aliens exist out there, but the universe is mostly empty. It's too vast. And I think it's very unlikely that they have visited us and given us their technology, right? So I'm very, very, very skeptical about this thing. I will be the happiest person if we find out that aliens are here and they visited us, but I think it's very unlikely. And this declassification of alien files by Trump and all, I think it's just a waste of time. Maybe they're trying to divert people's attention away into something useless to hide something else. Abhinav says, how can the US mess up so badly? How come they did not plan a plan B? Is the US empire in decline? By the way, Indian air defenses sales go brrr. Clearly, their plan A was a disaster. I don't know how they have messed up so badly, but they have messed up. I think they will have a plan B and a plan C. I think that plan B will be to take the war long and try to balkanize Iran by arming various ethnic groups and all that. So that will be their plan B. So they are very good at these things, but that takes time, and the Iranians will not allow just sit and watch. So the Americans, their initial assumption seems to have been like, we will win the war in 2 days. By the time the weekend is over, Iran will have been defeated, or they may have come to us begging us to negotiate. That didn't work. So clearly they made wrong assumptions and they messed up very badly. How did they mess up very badly? I'm not sure. That's classified, I suppose. Dark Side of the Moon says, why did the US start the war with Iran knowing it harms Gulf economies? Does it mean Jewish interests outweigh Arab petrodollar capital sustaining US markets? It looks like the US did not start the war at all. Looks like the Israelis started the war, and the US seemed to have some kind of obligation that if Israel is in any kind of danger, they have to step in. Because Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, said very clearly that we started the war because we knew that somebody is going to attack Iran, and if Iran is attacked by someone, they will attack us too. So that's why we attacked first, after somebody else attacked. Who is that somebody else? Obviously, it's Israel. We know that Israel attacked first. So the US did not start the war. The Israelis started the war. The Israelis don't care about the Gulf economies. Even the US doesn't care about the Gulf economies. So that's the thing. That's what's actually happened. Sabarish Nair says, can we buy Sukhois without declaring it in the media or to the world or to the US? Whichever company works on this has to keep everything confidential. Technically, I suppose we can do it. But it will be very hard to hide these things because production lines are massive. And there are too many people involved in this. And the word typically comes out. So we can try, I suppose. We can do it quietly. But typically, these things are almost impossible to hide. Pratap VGM says, why some Indians are behaving like Israel is dad? I think there's a tendency of a lot of Indians to hero worship certain nations. Right? Full supports are. Why do they do it? Because, see, it's not their fault. Because the education system has robbed them of the ability to think critically. That's why they hero worship some countries. And they idolize some countries. Yeah. Shishir G says, why didn't the CIA or Mossad know about the missiles? I don't know. I think they based their assumptions based on what happened in the 12-day war last year, in which Iran did launch missiles and do some damage, but it was not extensive. It was not massive. Right? So maybe they believed that they had already, that they would be able to achieve complete air supremacy over Iran, and we've already destroyed Natanz and Fordo. So Iran is just it just needs one more blow before it is destroyed. Maybe that's what they assumed. Clearly, their assumptions were terribly, terribly off target, off the mark. Anshul Gupta says the US sank Iranian ship near Sri Lanka, India's backyard. What will India do? Where's foreign policy headed next 5 years? 5 things India is doing right. What will India do about this? India will do absolutely nothing about this. Absolutely nothing. This happened outside of India. This happened outside of India's territorial waters. So India will do absolutely nothing about this. Where is the foreign policy headed over the next 5 years? We'll have to see, sir. We'll have to see. 5 things India is doing right. I don't know. 5 things India is doing right. I don't know. Yeah, we are buying Russian oil again. That's one thing we are doing right. We're buying S-400s. That's another thing we are doing right. I'm sure there are more things. Akash Bhadra. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Pradeep Kumar Roy says New Zealand defeated South Africa, scored 173 in 12.5 overs. Finn Allen 100 of 33. Good God. They are into the finals. Hopefully against India on Sunday, South Africa is out of the tournament. Well, thank you for the update. Oh, the match was going on. Was it right now? Yeah. All right. Maybe I'll see the highlights maybe tomorrow or whatever. Anyway, thank you, sir, for the updates and update. And I hope that India wins the semifinal, right? Whenever it happens. Tomorrow, is it? Maybe tomorrow. Okay. Dark First says, in what circumstances should we fear Pakistan? In the current circumstances, we should fear them because they're a terrorist nation, right? As long as they are a terrorist nation, they are to be feared because they have this propensity to target civilians. So we should fear them. R. Rajun Rajar says, is Pakistan's job to assist in securing Bagram? Perhaps the US does seek Bagram. Bagram is a very, very strategically important airbase, vital airbase. The US definitely does seek to repossess it. And maybe they could perhaps use Pakistan as a tool in making this happen. So yeah, it's possible. Alex George asks a very interesting and relevant question. Why does the United Nations seem inactive in conflicts such as the Iran war and the situation in Venezuela? Because the United Nations is obsolete, outdated, and useless and worthless. The UN does nothing today. It simply serves as a tool of the powerful nations that make up the UN, but it doesn't really have any actual beneficial impact on the world. When was the last time the UN did anything of any worth, anything worthwhile? It's been decades, I suppose. The UN is inactive. The UN is uninvolved in peace. Let me show you the meme. Okay. United Nations uninvolved in peace. Check this out. This is what the UN actually is. It's uninvolved in peace. The UN is obsolete, useless, worthless. It should be disbanded. Rohan says, will the Russians join or leave Iran alone in this war? It'll all depend on how the war goes. Right now, Iran is able to fight on its own. But if Iran finds itself in a situation where it has to be rescued, then Russia may step in and rescue Iran. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, CIA is preparing Kurdish invasion of Iran. Yes, Trump has made some statements about this, and the CIA may be working on this matter. And this will make the Turks extremely unhappy and displeased because Turkey will oppose this tooth and nail. But yeah, Tommy Versetti says, why are Russia and China not backing Iran? See, Iran is very accurately targeting various targets through its ballistic missiles and through its drones. How is Iran getting the locations, specific exact locations? Because the Americans who own GPS would have switched off GPS for Iran. So the Iranian military can't use GPS now. What the Iranian military is doing, it's using GLONASS, which is Russian, and Baidu, which is Chinese. So the Russian and Chinese alternatives to GPS. Iran is using that. Secondly, the Chinese are giving Iran apparently high quality, high resolution satellite imagery in almost real time, so that Iran knows exactly what's happening. So Russia and China are indirectly helping Iran. Right now, Iran is able to fight on its own. In the future, if there is a situation when Iran needs help, most likely Russia at least will step in. Okay, Jay Shri Vishwanathan says, Dharma Shub Shakti Mulo Hi Raja Dharmasya Karanam Shakti Hino Na Dharma Syad Dharmahitah Dharmahinah Katham Balam Shanti Parva Mahabharat. All right. So you were saying, this is Sanskrit, obviously. You were saying that Dharma and Shakti go together, right? Essentially, that's what this shloka means. Shakti hino na dharmaha syadam dharmahina katham balam. Okay, so essentially the distilled meaning is that without Shakti, there is no dharma, and you need to maintain Shakti if you want to preserve dharma, more or less, right? Right, I agree. Struggler says Poland is seeking nukes. Apparently, I think Poland has made a statement that they will now look towards becoming a nuclear weapon state. Yeah, the world is getting more interesting now, isn't it? Prateep Kumar Roy says 50,000 troops participate in US operation against Iran. Israel invades southern Lebanon. Yeah, well, you see, this is called escalation. It's escalation. 50,000 troops are participating in the American operation. Well, how about putting troops on the ground, boots on the ground? Uncle Sam, we'll see about that. Vansh says Russia and Ukraine fighting in Europe, and US, Israel, and Iran involved in a war. Do you think China might see an opportunity to take Taiwan? Absolutely not. China will not try to take Taiwan at this point in time. No, it'll be a disaster for China. First of all, the Strait of Hormuz is closed, and the oil that China gets from that place, that region, about 30 to 40% of China's oil, it's now stopped. China obviously has strategic oil reserves, but China will not, use this, try an invasion at this point in time. And secondly, the US is way too powerful in China's own backyard. And right now, the US has hundreds of military bases in the region, and China doesn't have the appetite for risk. China doesn't want to risk any damage or destruction of its industrial infrastructure. So I think this is not the right time for China to even consider making a move on Taiwan. Spider-Man says, you said Dharma will disappear in next 50 years max. Why? I didn't say max. I said it's possible that Dharma may not last 50 or 100 years. Why? Because of the situation. I explained in great detail when I said, see, you remember I said this will happen, right? So why don't you remember why I said it will happen? I explained why this could happen. I didn't guarantee it will disappear in 50 years. I said every new generation is getting progressively deracinated. There is industrial scale demographic re-engineering happening in India. Industrial scale conversions to other religions. So many issues I've listed out. Why don't you remember that, sir? Spider-Man. I said that. You remember what I said, but you don't remember the reasons I gave. So I have not said it will disappear in 50 years max. That is not what I said. I said it could disappear in 100 years, maybe even in 50 years. I didn't say it will disappear in 50 years max. That is not right. Rohan says, what are your views on China arming Iran, the mysterious 25 cargo planes landing in Iran with transponders off? Clearly, China has supplied something to Iran, and something in reasonably large quantities, right? 25 cargo planes. That's what even I've heard. So I don't know what China supplied to Iran. Was it arms? Was it ammunition? Was it something else? I don't know. But clearly the Chinese did supply something. So you can say that China and Russia are both indirectly assisting Iran in some way or the other, but the fighting and all of that is being done by Iran. So I have no other views beyond that, because I don't know what was supplied to Iran. But clearly something of use, probably something of military use. House of Discussion says, is Iran's death Israel's trap? Iran dies, who's next? Does he? No, I don't see it that way. No, no, no. Aditya says USA controls Israel or Israel controls USA. From what we have seen the past 3, 4, 5 days, Israel dragged America into this war. And once Israel started the war, America had no option but to join. So from that, you can maybe surmise that Israel controls the USA. Okay, Chirag Raj says order of things change, education system, remove reservation. I think changing the education system will take 20, 30 years. Why do I say this? Because we have seen how China has transformed their education system. It took about 30 plus years for China to do that. That's a very long process, but it has to be done. But removing reservations is just a signature on a piece of paper, right? So that can be done first. So first, remove the reservations or change the way reservations are done. Instead of making reservations caste based, make them based on a family's financial status, financial condition. So those who genuinely need reservations, they'll get it. And do it only for maybe 10, 20 years and then remove it completely. So that's what needs to be done. Modern Samurai Gaming says, how are you so genius? How can one become like you? I have no idea. I don't think I'm a genius. I'm just interested in certain things and I speak about those things. I don't think I'm a genius. How can you become like me? Don't try to become like me. Be you. Be the best version of yourself. I guarantee that you have many great qualities within you. Discover those qualities and strive to become the best version of yourself. Don't try to be like me or whoever else. Be yourself, but the best version of yourself. All right, sir. All the best. Man says, what is stopping Iran from making the dirty bomb? Because it is, look, nuclear weapons are inhuman. The use of nuclear weapons is a crime against humanity. Okay? So Iran won't do it, at least won't use it unless it has no option left. It has no choice left. It has nothing else, it has no other options left. Dirty bomb is a very nasty thing. A dirty bomb is a standard chemical explosive with nuclear material added to it. So what a dirty bomb does is that when it explodes, it spreads nuclear material, radioactive material over a wide area. That causes cancer and defects and so on and so forth and all that. So it's terrorism. It's not warfare. So Iran will probably not use a dirty bomb unless it has been pushed into a corner and it is a do or die situation. In that case, it may do it. Otherwise, it won't do it. Messi Aim says, how should India balance energy, security, trade, and diaspora safety amid the Iran war's impact on oil prices and shipping routes? What's the question? Energy security, trade, and diaspora safety? How do you balance this? You do whatever you can. That's what you do. You forget about balance. Keep everything in balance. Do whatever you can in all these departments. So work on energy security, which means you purchase oil from Russia, purchase from wherever else, right? These are different matters. These are not interconnected. So you do your best in each department. Diaspora safety. Well, many of the diaspora may not even be Indian citizens, right? And those who are Indian citizens, they've chosen to voluntarily go somewhere. Still, India will do its best in case there's a situation to send warships to bring them back. So these are all different compartments, different departments. MEA fact check has debunked the Indian port demand. Really? Let's take a look. What is MEA fact check? MEA fact check. MEA fact check. Let us see. Ministry of External Affairs official fact check account. This doesn't have a grey tick mark, right? Give me a second. Let me go to the actual Twitter. This is a different version. Okay. So let us go to Twitter. All right. Now, if we search for MEA India, MEA. So we have MEA India. This is an official government account. How do I know it? It's got a gray tick mark. Gray. It's verified. It's a government or multilateral organization account. Now, if I go to MEA fact check, okay, this account, it's got a blue check mark. It's just verified. It's not an official government account. So if this government says it's true or fake, it's not official government fact checking. It is some private individual who's pretending to be a government person. Okay. So don't consider what MEA fact check says to be official government statements. Okay. We have to be a little mature in these matters. If there's a gray check mark, it's a government account. If it's a blue check mark, it's a private person. All right. Please be careful. Don't be misled and fooled in this manner. Okay. Hitesh says, is India not deporting illegal Bangladeshis, cookies, infiltrators, etc. due to US EU pressure since many Indians go there illegally? I have no idea. Many Indians go there illegally. I don't think many Indians go there illegally. Some Indians go illegally. Some Indians may be going illegally, but it's not like millions of Indians are going there, right? Illegally. And if Indians are going there illegally, well, take action against them, right? So I don't know why India is not deporting the millions, tens of millions of illegal Bangladeshis and the I don't know how many lakhs of cookies and the God knows how many Rohingyas and God knows who else. And I don't know why India is not doing that. I don't have an answer. Mohit, but thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Rarun Rajar says, looking back, should we have avoided Sindoor and kept our strength hidden? Just did some secret missions. Looks like it was a wake-up call for the US. It was a wake-up call for the US. They suddenly realized that India is no longer a pushover. But whatever pressure the Americans have applied on us, they would have done it anyway. They would have done all of this anyway. So even if we had not done Sindoor, by today we would have been in the same situation where the Americans make exactly the same demands they're making of us now. So I don't think if we had avoided Sindoor, things would have been different for us. Yeah. Okay. Varalika says, to examine one's own homeland with clear eyes, unburdened by identity or sentiment, this is the quiet discipline of a spiritual mind. You're admirable. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. S. Morgan says, looks like over reliance on oil is the cause for most of these conflicts. Maybe after this they can accelerate the research of viable nuclear fusion reactors. There is research that's going on nuclear fusion. The Chinese are doing research. They have this instrument called a tokamak. Okay, it's a donut-shaped spheroidal thing, and you have plasma inside, and they are doing pretty good job with that, and so on. But nuclear fusion, it's still about 10-20 years away. Okay, and the nuclear fusion reactor is massive. You can't use it to power an airplane or a missile or a car or a ship. And nuclear fission, which is standard nuclear reactors, they are huge. And whether it is fusion or fission, you need water because eventually the heat is driving a steam engine. So nuclear fusion or fission, it can't replace oil. That's the truth. Kilki Sushant says, peace was never an option. Okay, sir. Okay. Mahuya Chak says, when will the war end decisively and why is gold not getting the fuel? Sir, ma'am, I am not Nostradamus. I am not one of those analysts who makes predictions. This is what is going to happen in the next 3 months or whatever. And every prediction comes true always. And you then put it on Twitter. I predicted this. I am not one of those guys. I don't know when the war will end decisively. I think this war will go on for months, maybe years. When will it end? I don't know. Why is gold not getting the fuel? Gold not getting the fuel. I'm not sure what you're asking there, sir. Or ma'am, I don't know. Why is gold not getting the fuel? I don't know. Spade says, how can we keep society's morality intact? By teaching the right values, right principles, and right behaviors. How do you do it? By reforming the education system. The education system is the foundation of your life. It's everything that goes into your head during your formative years. It's what stays with you for the rest of your life. You have to reform the education system to do this. Prelt pieces, will you debate with pure economics? I don't do debates. You mean economists or economics? I generally don't do debates. It's a waste of time. Snag says, I see a Shia ISIS forming in Iran after this war. All right, sir. Okay, I hope it doesn't happen, but who knows? Yeah. Okay. Ashish says, MEA fact check. Like I said, my friends, MEA fact check is not an official government account. Now you will say, how do I know? I know. I'll tell you how I know. See, MEA India, this Twitter account has a gray check mark. It's a government organization account. Do you understand? It's gray. Now, if you go to MEA fact check, if you go to MEA fact check, this account, it's got a blue check mark. It's got a blue check mark. It is a private account. It's not a government account. It is a person, a private person trying to pretend to be a government account. Okay? Do you understand that? Please don't be misled in this manner. Please don't be fooled. Okay. Demon Slayer says, Namaskaram, if Iran loses, who leads the Shia world? I suppose nobody does. The majority of the world's Shia population is in Iran, by the way. I suppose no one does. I don't know who does. I'm not an expert in the Islamic world or Shia world, so I can't say really. Really now, Ms. Patel says, military muscle, Trump's economic muscle now established. Yes. Yeah. What is that? The thing? Power always trumps money. So military muscle always trumps economic muscle, now established. I've been saying that for quite some time now, for years actually, but now you have seen it in action. Yeah, I'm glad you saw the pattern, Ms. Patel. All right. Piyush Lokhande, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Soham Jani says, there appears to be rising tension pointing towards a possible conflict. Is there any indication that India could enter a war-like situation between April and June? Could it result in territorial gains? Look, this is a question you should ask an astrologer. I don't know what's going to happen between April and June. I've said that there is high possibility that in this year there could be an India-Pakistan conflict. I've said that. But when could it happen? I don't know. Actually, the right time for India is now. Now. This is the time, actually. If you want to break Pakistan, this is the time. Yeah, March 2026. Yeah. So I think this is the right time. I don't know if it will happen between April or June. I can't say. Joy Tiwari says, is it the perfect time for India to take over POK? This is the right time to hit Pakistan. If we have the fortitude to do that. Yeah. We have the military muscle, we have everything, but we have to consider the effects, the second order, third order effects of that. What the US will do, how they will react, and so on. But if you want to do it, now is the right time. Really now, Ms. Patel says, are submarines and missile boats better or greater than warships? How many do we need? See, a warship is a large target. And it's visible. And it's slow moving. And it's got a lot of people. So a warship costs a lot of money. Hundreds of millions of dollars. One warship. A destroyer. And it's reasonably easy to destroy. But a submarine is hidden. It is way harder to destroy a submarine than to destroy a warship. A Houthi can destroy a warship. Submarine takes specialized knowledge to destroy a submarine, to hunt it down, to discover, to find out where it is, and so on. So submarines are hidden and they are deadly. They are deadlier than warships. And missile boats have the advantage that they are cheap and small and pretty fast. So let's say you have a $20 million missile boat which carries 3 BrahMos missiles, and it can navigate reasonably fast. And if you have, let's say 10 of those, 100 of those, that's just $2 billion. That's like 2 or 3 warships, but you've got 100 missile boats for that money. So that gives you the advantage of quantity, because quantity has a quality of its own. Have you seen the Iran war? Have you seen that quantity has a quality of its own? The Iranian missiles. So yeah, missile boats in that way are better than warships, but they have disadvantages. They don't have long endurance, they don't have long ranges, and so on. They are good for coastal defense, but they are a frightening tool if you use them properly. How many subs do we need? At least 50. How many missile boats do we need? Ideally 300. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, in a video of Professor Jiang, he said AI is fake. It's just supervised machine learning, gave examples of edge cases like self-driving cars. He said if someone tries to hit the car, AI can't defend itself. What are my views? I haven't thought about it. AI is fake. It's a software, right? It's not, we don't know if it's conscious. We don't know if it is actually AGI. It is, of course, machine learning. It can be supervised, it can be unsupervised, it can be reinforcement learning, it could be whatever. If someone tries to hit the car, AI can't defend itself. Yeah, it can't, because we haven't programmed that into the AI, right? So I don't know. I haven't seen the video, so I don't know exactly what he said. But to some extent, he's right. And I'll have to see exactly what he said to understand the nuances of what he said. Sideways says, at what point does intervention become imperialism? At what point does intervention become imperialism? I don't know. If you have a pattern of intervening everywhere, that's imperialism, I suppose. If you intervene everywhere and you push people around and you impose your will everywhere all the time, if you have a pattern of doing that consistently, that's imperialism. Vidhi Maniyar says, shouldn't Russia, India, China to Iran's rescue in the national interest? See, India is not capable of doing that. India is not powerful enough. India is a relatively weak nation. And India has a lot to lose if it gets involved in the war. So India won't do it. Russia and China Russia will definitely do it if required. If required. Not at this point in time. And China also is kind of involved in other ways. Luminance says, are we leaning too much on Israel's side? I don't know. It remains to be seen. We need to see. We need to examine more. Sonali says, Sonali has become a new member. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. And welcome to the channel's membership. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, I used to watch Peter Zehan. Too much American bias. Now this Professor Jiang from China sounds smart, but I'm confused. Are they brainwashing us? I don't know. Peter Zehan clearly has a very clear, distinct American bias. He's got these short videos. I've seen a few of those. That's a purely American opinion. Very biased. Which is fine. I have nothing against bias. I am biased. I am biased towards India, so it's fine. Be biased. So Peter Zehan is properly, totally biased against towards the US. Professor Jiang, I haven't watched. I watched like one clip of his or something. He's from China. Sounds smart. I'm confused. Well, are they brainwashing us? I don't know. Jiang, Zehan definitely is a brainwashing tool of the US. Professor Jiang, I'm not sure. Maybe he is smarter than Zehan, maybe more subtle. I don't know. We'll have to see. I haven't seen that. I haven't seen his videos in detail, so I can't say about Jiang. Zehan definitely is easy. He can easily brainwash people. Those who are gullible. Harsh says, good evening. How do you see current geopolitical events unfolding in a few weeks to months over this year end? I think I can, at this point in time, let me speak about the Iran war. I think it will last for weeks. Definitely weeks. Most likely several months. And possibly even several years. That's how I see the Iran war. Otherwise, I don't know. The other events I can't say. NIT says, nothing. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Ma'am. Prateep Kumar Roy says, global left versus Israel. Who should we trust more? We should stay out of these international competitions, focus on ourselves and do our thing. That's all we should do. Feels Strong Band says, my workout routine today: 3 sets of carefully monitoring the situation, 3 sets of keen observation, 2 sets of deep concern, and 5 sets of stupid press release. I love that humor. Love that humor. We need a bit of humor in life. Always remember that. Java Bro says, benefits or loss of Iran destroying US bases for us. Benefits or loss. If Iran destroys all the US bases in the Gulf region, we lose nothing. Benefit for us, well, the US may have less leverage over us. Yeah, so that's a benefit. Okay, you Pratibha Tube says, happy Holi and good health, sir. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate your time and efforts. I think that as a nation with most volatile ecosystem, our sovereignty is the only leverage we have for surviving any kind of progress and prosperity. If we lose, then what's left? Am I making sense? Oh, you are making a lot of sense, of course. Sovereignty is the most precious thing we have. Our sovereignty is the most precious thing we have. And it is under threat for sure. The Americans want to take away sovereignty from us. They want to convert India into a vassal state. And we have problems within India, internal problems. If we resolve those internal problems, it will be harder for the other nations to threaten our sovereignty. So sovereignty is the most precious thing that we have. It's the only thing that allows us to survive in the long run. It's the only thing that allows us to preserve our civilization. So we have to maintain our sovereignty, preserve our sovereignty at any cost. I completely agree with you. So yeah, I agree. And thank you very much. And happy Holi to you and to all the viewers, and good health to you as well, and to all the viewers. Thank you very much. Bhuka Pishach says, Bhuka Pishach, hungry ghost. Bhuka Pishach says, your views on weapons like white phosphorus and napalm. I think these are war crimes and crimes against humanity. I like the smell of napalm in the morning. Smells like victory. Robert Duvall. Okay. Mystic Maz says, can I aim to start a defense company in India? Well, you can aim to have it. To start one, you will need the right tools, and you will need the right amount of money and so on, but you can do it. There are defense companies in India, and India needs defense companies, but you've got to be smart in business and make sure you don't go bankrupt. Kunal Vashisht says, how will GCC secure water if Iran keeps attacking water? Is impact of GCC pulling out of US stocks and impact of massive AI bubble globally? These are different topics, aren't they? Okay, impact of GCC. How will GCC secure water if Iran keeps attacking water? Iran thus far hasn't attacked water. See, these Gulf nations, they depend on desalination plants for water. What does a desalination plant do? It takes seawater, distills it, and gives and produces a clean water, potable, drinkable water. That's a desalination plant. Now, if those desalination plants are destroyed, the Gulf nations are in a tremendous crisis. Iran hasn't done that thus far, apart from Fujairah. But if that's the weak Achilles heel of the Gulf countries. If Iran destroys those desalination plants, game over. I don't know what they do about water then. I don't know. There will be huge crisis. So yeah, impact of GCC pulling out of US stocks, that will be pretty big because the GCC nations have invested a lot of their money, petrodollars, into the US stock market. If they pull out, it's gonna crash the stock markets. And massive AI bubble globally, that we'll see. Remains to be seen. Dheeraj Kamath says that great tech account Randir Jaiswal has MEA fact check in his bio, which is an official endorsement. Okay, let's see that. Oh, you may be entirely tremendously right. Oh, so fact check account is MEA fact check. So why doesn't this account have a grey tick? What is the government of India doing? If you don't have a grey tick, people will assume it's not an official account. But Randir Jaiswal has put it in his bio, so it must be an official account. Okay, so I stand corrected. Thank you for letting me know, sir. I wasn't aware. Thank you so much. Okay, fantastic. Really now, Ms. Patel says, I'd rather take pain than letting US drag us in war. I completely agree with you. Completely. Completely. Mudit says, it's 12 now. When will you sleep? What's your normal time? My normal time is maybe latest by 11. But when I do these live streams, if they drag on for longer, I keep it going. Because I still have about, what, 18 super chats left. And if people have paid for this, I better take those questions, right? All right. Harsh says, pure economics is influencer Keshav Bedi. Okay, I'm not aware of this person. Anyway, okay. Ashish Karnak. Ashish says, me fact check is legit, sir. Check on this bio. I just did. So thank you, gentlemen and ladies, for pointing it out. I stand corrected. It is legit, but it looked fake because it is a blue tick. If the MEA is operating it, why have they not put a grey tick on it? What are they doing? Seriously. Kristen Stewart says, will Raza Pahlavi become king of Iran again? Monarchy. I hope not. The guy is eminently unsuitable for being a monarch. I hope not. Rajul Lalwani says, assume we are a vassal. How do we put head down and grow? If you are a vassal, a lot of your destiny and fate is controlled by the foreigner, by the overlord. But you can still put your head down and grow. What you can do is you can grow your economy. Grow your economy, grow your military as far as is possible, and then find a way to once again become sovereign. So find out how exactly your sovereignty is compromised or diluted. And then when the time comes, you rectify that situation. That's theoretically how we do it, but specifically, it will depend on exactly how the sovereignty is diluted. There are lots of ways in which sovereignty is lost. There is territorial sovereignty, there's economic sovereignty, there's military sovereignty, there's technological sovereignty. There are so many different forms of sovereignty, and you may lose some part of it, and then that is what compromises you. So, yeah. Shreyas Sunavne says, is Iran attacking Israel embassies in Middle East? Do you think India can be next? I don't think we can write off the probability now that they hit Turkey. They haven't hit Turkey as far as I saw. It looks like they have one missile. It looks like it was aimed at Turkey, but it was intercepted apparently. So they haven't hit Turkey. Maybe they tried to hit Turkey. Iran is attacking embassies in the Middle East. Really? Where do I find this? Twitter is the only place, I suppose. Embassies. Embassies. Really? Do we have something? Embassies. Latest. Come on. Gulf embassies shut. Embassies. Embassies. Okay, I don't know. Oh, Iran has threatened to bomb Israel embassies. It has not done that yet. Okay, so it's not done it yet, but it's kind of threatened to bomb embassies. So, yeah, okay, we'll see. Do you think India can be next? Why will India be next? I don't see India being next in bombing, whatever. I don't see so. Godliness says India signed 3 defense pacts with USA, Lemoa, Komkasa, Beka. These pacts allowed the US to dock their ships on our ports. Hence, they will park their warships here and create a safe stock holding. I hope not. I know about the Lemoa, Komkasa thing. Beka also? Okay. Yeah, we have signed these things and see now. Right. And there's more breaking news. What is that? Give me a second. Sorry. Breaking news, apparently. Senior Iranian military official. If the US and Israel pursue regime change, our final strike missiles will target the Dimona nuclear reactor and all regional energy infrastructure. Well, that's a logical approach. Makes sense. Yeah, okay. So I hope the Americans don't park their warships here. I hope the government of India says no, not allowed. I hope so. V for Valor says the US has tasted setback. RIC should take hard and move on. We should. Yeah. But RIC isn't a thing, right? RIC is embedded in BRICS, and RIC don't get along together. Especially I and C have an issue. C has an issue with I. If China behaves, RIC can happen. But anyway, you mean the 3 nations should take heart and move on? I agree with you. I agree. Shivanga Brahmbhat, thank you very much, Shivangji, indeed. Thank you, sir. Sparkistic has become a new member of the channel. Thank you very much, sir or ma'am. Thank you very much indeed. Dev Chandan Malik says, what's your opinion on drone carrier? You mean an aircraft carrier purpose built for drones? I think it's an interesting concept. I've not thought about it. Yeah, maybe it's a reasonably decent idea, perhaps. I have not thought about it. Cosme Ray Audio says Iran is almost destroyed. Why are people delusional? So you are saying I'm delusional. All right, sir. Madhav says, I'm getting payment gateway not authorized message for your course. Please share the correct website. Thank you. I'll look into that, sir. I'll look into that. Thank you. Pradeep Kumar Roy says, in video titled Psychohistory, he said it's impossible to feed any algorithm in self-driving cars that can protect itself from getting hit. This is edge case. This is why it's fake and can't replace humans. Okay, that's what Professor Zhang said in a video titled Psychohistory. It's impossible to feed algorithm in self-driving cars that can protect itself from getting hit. That's an edge case. And it's fake and can't replace humans. Maybe it's an edge case today. As AI grows and it gets better, maybe it'll change. I don't know. Yeah. Vishnu Surendran, thank you very much, Vishnu ji. Bhargav Yodha says, how can you say Iran doesn't target civil when its proxy did October 7? I mean, current Iranians are not even Persians. Current Iranians are not even Persians. Really? 50% of them are. How do you say Iran doesn't target civilians when it's proxy did October 7? Hamas is not an Iranian proxy. Hamas is, you could say, an ally of Iran because Iran's enemy is Israel. But Iran did not do October 7. Iran did not target civilians. Hamas did that. And Iran is okay with it, I suppose, but Iran has not done it. The same way America is okay with Pakistan targeting India with terrorism, but America doesn't do it. It's different. S. Morgan says, I have watched almost all of Professor Zhang's videos. The best way I can describe him is he is somewhere between me and Alex Jones. Alex Jones. Alex Jones is like, that's a very different person. Okay, so Professor Zhang is somewhere between me and Alex Jones. Well, okay, that's very interesting. All right. Thank you for letting me know. Between me and Alex Jones. Alex Jones is, I suppose, the polar opposite of me, I suppose. I don't know. Okay. Spider-Man says, my spidey sense must have missed the live stream where you explained the Dharma issue in detail. Which Dharma issue? I have done 36 live streams. I've discussed everything in detail. I don't know which one it was. I can't say. By the way, how you rate Ro's capabilities? Is India doing enough? I don't know how to rate Ro's capabilities because I'm not aware of Ro's operations. Whatever Ro does it happens in the darkness. I have no idea what operations Ro has done or is doing. And that's why I have no context that I can use for rating Ro's capabilities. There are all kinds of experts who say Ro ye kar raha hai, Ro wo kar raha hai, Ro ne ye kar diya, Ro ka ye assessment hai. How the hell do they know? They are bluffing. They're fooling you all. I have zero understanding of Ro. I have no idea of Ro's capabilities. I hope they are good. Taran says, is Iran a sovereign state? Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. Dheeraj Kamath says, your opinion on the port fact check posts. You mean MEA fact check? Give me a second. I'll go to Twitter. MEA fact check, right? Let's see. Have they said something about the port? MEA fact check. Let's see. Okay. Claims made on OAN US-based channel that Indian ports are being used by the US Navy are fake and false. We caution you against such baseless and fabricated comments. Okay. So the Indian government is stating that this port claim is fake. Well, I'm so glad. I'm absolutely tremendously glad. That's my opinion. I'm pleased, very pleased. Shivang Brahmapat says, what do you think about the US calling their missiles and artilleries back from Korea? That's the reason why China is silent. Um, so the US is considering moving some THAAD uh, assets from South Korea to the Gulf region. THAAD is Terminal High Altitude Area Defense. It's a anti-missile defense system, and there's only about 20, 30 of those in the world. And the Americans are considering moving though at least one or two of those from Korea, South Korea, to the Gulf region, which will leave South Korea a little more exposed to China. I think that is a kind of a desperate move. I think it is showing you there are holes in the American armor, right? And China is silent for different reasons. China is not silent because THAAD is being considered by the Americans. China is silent because their whole game of we are superpower has been exposed. They are no superpower. That's why they are silent. Okay, Voyager Tyagi says, have you read the books by George Friedman, The Storm Before the Calm and the Next 100 Years? And how do you agree with the theory that this is America's century? Well, I haven't read the books by George Friedman, any of those, so I don't know. I can't say. Let's see, what are these books? Okay, let's see. Let us try and Google this. Okay, George Friedman, The Storm Before the Calm. Let's see. The Storm Before the Calm. Let's see what Amazon has to say about this. Okay, it's got 4.4 out of 5 stars, almost 1800 reviews. It's a book from February 2020. George Friedman focuses in the US 2020s will bring dramatic upheaval and reshaping of the American government, foreign policy, economics, and culture. Okay, I'm not aware of it. I have not read this book, so I can't say. What's the other one? The Next 100 Years. Let's see. The Next 100 Years. Okay, so this obviously is a book in which he makes predictions. It looks like a forecast for the a forecast for the 21st century. So again, it's a book about forecast, about some kind of forecast that is being. I haven't read these books. Do I agree with the theory that this is America's century? It can be America's century if America doesn't make blunders. Right now, they're blundering clearly. So it can be America's century, but it could also end up being Chinese century or Russian or Indian century, depending on various factors. So I can't say as of now whether this will remain America's century. America is obviously the predominant power in the world today, no question about that. But look at the Gulf region. They are unable to defeat Iran, right? And they have made a major miscalculation and blunder here. So if they continue that sort of behavior, it will not remain America's century for too long. So I can't say. It depends. If they play their cards right, it will be America's century because they have the massive advantage of being the sole superpower. Yeah. Harsh S4 says, are we becoming a US vassal slowly? Lately, Indian geopolitical decisions have been a bit odd. We are under tremendous pressure from the US. It may not be visible in public, but we are under pressure. I would not say as of today that we are already a vassal, but we are under pressure. And they are trying to push us in that direction. And that's why I've said that there is a high chance in the next 5 years we become a vassal, but we are not a vassal yet. So let's be optimistic and positive. Sai Kumar, thank you very much, sir. And Sai Kumar, once again, thank you very much, sir, indeed. Cosmere Audio says most of the Alex Jones conspiracies have come to be true. Well, looks like you may be correct about this. Well, isn't that interesting? The guy may be whatever. You may not like his behavior. You may find him odd or whatever. But looks like he may be right about a lot of things. So, Sujay Pathak says, is Trump doing all of this purposefully to bring a recession? Trump is doing all of this to acquire all the oil reserves in the world, to get control of all the oil reserves. That's why he's doing it. Okay. KVL Narasimha Rao says, hi Me and my son Vishnu are your fans. Thank you very much, sir. To you as well as your son Vishnu. Thank you very much, both of you. Thank you very much. Okay, Mossad versus CIA versus RAW. Which is the best agency? How can our RAW become no one agency? Look, Mossad has the best reputation. Mossad has the reputation of being the best agency in the world. Okay, CIA has been around for a long time and they've done so many successful operations around the world. The CIA, obviously, you can't take it lightly. RAW, I have no idea. RAW is a very secretive organization, and I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know how to compare the three. When it comes to Mossad, there's lots of books that have been written by insiders. When it comes to CIA, again, lot has been written over the years. RAW, I don't know. I hope that RAW is the best agency, but from what I know, Mossad is definitely the best one. That is from all the information in the public domain. How can RAW become no one agency? What do you mean by no one agency? How can RAW become the best? By doing what the best do, I suppose, and then doing it better. Cosmere Audio says, are you planning to write any books? Yes, I am. I'm in the process of writing books, and they'll come out, and I'll let you all know. Sai Kumar says, is America following Ralph Peters' blood border theory, and is Iran war linked to this theory? What is the significance of POK in this theory? I don't know this theory. It's the first time I'm hearing this blood border theory. Let me see. What is that? Blood border theory. Blood border theory. Ralph Peters proposed in the Armed Forces Journal to redraw Middle Eastern borders along ethnic this thing. Okay, this one. It's a proposal to redraw the borders of the Middle East along the ethnic lines, ethnic and religious lines. Is America following this theory? Possibly, especially in the term when it comes to Iran. Looks like they may be trying to follow this theory. If they can't do a regime change, they'll do balkanization along those lines. What's the significance of POK in this theory? I'm not aware. I've not studied the theory, so I can't say, but America seems to be using this theory as plan B for Iran, possibly. Enlightened says, why did reconstruction work in West Germany but not in Iraq? Iraq is a third world country. Nobody is serious about reconstruction. Germany is a European nation, white people, so they will do reconstruction properly. Iraqi people are not white, they are brown people. Who cares about brown people? Why reconstruct Iraq? Use the reconstruction money for money laundering and whatnot. Right? That's the problem. Golibar says, what happens if the US is defeated in this war? Why are they attacking Ecuador? You mean the Iran war, right? So for Iran, a victory means survival, and that means defeat for the US. What happens if the US is defeated in this war? Well, there is going to be political repercussions. Donald Trump his political career will be destroyed. The US will lose a tremendous amount of geopolitical stature. People will stop respecting the US. The US may lose some of its ability to arm twist other nations, some of its coercive leverage. A lot of bad things will happen. Why are they attacking Ecuador? They are currently bombing Ecuador, America. They are bombing Iran. They are also bombing Ecuador. Where is Ecuador? Let's find out. Ecuador is this small country in northwestern South America. Okay, let's go to the map. Ecuador. So Ecuador is here. This nation, this is Ecuador. And the capital city is Quito, which is on the equator. And it's south of Colombia and north of Peru. That is Ecuador. And why is America bombing it? Because they said that there are some cartels that are operating in Ecuador that need to be brought to heel. Actually, what America wants is that they want an airbase in Ecuador, and the Ecuadorian people have voted against giving it to the US. So the Americans want de facto possession instead of de jure possession. And that's why they are attacking Ecuador. Harsh says, interview Alex Jones. Alex Jones, it'll be vibe. Okay, let me see. Maybe I'll do that. Voyager Tyagi says, The Russia-Ukraine war, Operation Sindoor, Venezuela operation, Iran-Israel war have all exposed Chinese defense air systems. Are there any particular systems that are where they are truly having an advantage over America or Russia? I don't know. I am not a military expert. I am not somebody who analyzes military systems, offensive or defensive systems. I don't know. I don't know. When it comes to the Iran-US-Israel war, all systems are exposed. Not just the Chinese air defense systems. The American Patriot system is exposed. The Israeli Iron Dome system is also exposed, as we can see. Right? So I don't know about the Chinese systems. Those are export versions. Maybe the Chinese non-export versions may be better. I don't know. Is there any particular system where the Chinese have genuine advantage over America or Russia? I don't know. Sorry. Bhargav says most untampered Rigved, Gita or something else. I don't know. I don't know, sir. Hopefully the Rigveda, but I can't say. Ankita Kachap. Ankita ji, good evening. I missed the earlier part of the stream. My question: India taking side of the US is very disappointing. Keeping in view that the US has a history of betraying and harming its own allies, how is this going to impact India? Thank you, sir. Already answered. Did I already answer this? Let me anyway answer it. See, yeah, India taking the US side is disappointing, but India has taken the American side verbally, not through actions. India is not supporting America's war on Iran. India is not doing anything that actually harms Iran. India has verbally kind of been on the American and Israeli side, right? And we know that the US has a history of betraying and harming its own allies. That, like what we are seeing right now in the Gulf, the US was supposed to defend its Gulf allies, but they are being exposed to the missiles, and the Americans are not defending them. So that's the thing, and the government of India has decided to do this out of practical reasons, not ideological reasons, so that we will face the least amount of harm from the US. How will it impact India? Hopefully not too badly. Hopefully it doesn't have any real impact on India. Hopefully. So the impact is that we don't get dragged into the war. The impact is that Iran can also see that we are only verbally on the side of the US in Israel. We are not doing anything actually that harms Iran. So hopefully that is what the world sees. Cosme Roddy says Trump will split Iran, Kurdistan, Persia, etc. Okay, sir, that's your prediction. Thank you. Golibar says 200 US service members have filed formal complaints alleging that military commanders are framing the current war with Iran and as a biblical Armageddon. Seems boots on ground morale is down. Yeah, I'm not surprised that there have been complaints. 200 US service members have complained. Okay, biblical Armageddon. I'm not sure if the morale is down or not. I've heard stories of morale not being great in aircraft carriers and so on, but can't say. Then, yeah, okay. Ritvik Yaduvanshi says, might sound like immoral or ethical question right now, but most people make their money during the war times. What can one do to make some money? I don't know how to make money during war time, so I am the wrong person to ask this question. And yes, people make money during times of crisis, for sure. But I am not an expert in that, so I can't say. Piyush Sinha is a new member. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Welcome to the membership of the channel. Harsh says it's a pleasure to see you smile and laugh, sir. Thank you. Yes, I should do a little more of that, shouldn't I? Thank you, sir. Thank you. Gautam says Mayo Clinic versus AIIMS. How do I compare? I haven't been in either, and I hope I am never in either. So I don't know, but I suppose Mayo Clinic would be better. I suppose. Imariantyagi says Israel using Indian military industrial complex for their weapons development seems what US MIC was doing in World War. I like it as no morality in war, earn money US way. Is Israel using the Indian military industrial complex for weapons development? I think there are joint ventures between India and Israel. We have jointly developed multiple weapon systems like the Barak system, which is frighteningly good, and so on. So I think it's, as long as it's mutually beneficial for both countries, well and good. I'm happy with it. Okay, the Posture Co says, did Iran do a nuclear test? Earthquake observed when? Just now or some time ago? Some time ago, the earthquake that happened, it happened at a depth of 10 kilometers, which means it's natural. It's not man-made. If there's a new one, well, we'll see. We'll have to see about that. Golibar says the US has lost 3 to 4 fighter jets in a war with a non-nuclear state. No one is crying that the US has lost these fighter jets. India, Operation Sindoor, people were like, India has lost the war. Why? Because Indians don't know how to think. Indians think that a war is like a football match where there's a score of 7-0, 3-2, or whatever. During the American invasion of Iraq in 2003, the Americans lost more than 50 planes. Did anybody cry that America has lost the war? No. Indians don't know how to think. Indians are immature, and that's why we have the situation. The Americans have already lost at least 3 fighter planes, and we can see those planes being shot down. But no one is crying that the US has lost the war. So, yeah, Indians need to grow a bit of maturity. All right, that brings me to the end of today's live stream. All the questions are dealt with. Thank you very much, everybody, for the questions. It was very interesting. There are a lot of questions, and there's a lot happening. So I'll end this live stream over here. At this point in time, I will do the next one very soon, probably in a day or in a couple of days, maybe Friday or Saturday. Until then, take care. I think Sunday there's a World Cup final, so I suppose I can do it there. But yeah, I'll do it very soon. Until then, take care. Pradeep Kumar Roy, good night, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, injured soccer player. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And let's end the live stream with that. Thank you very much, everybody. Good night, good day. And I look forward to seeing you very soon. Keep asking questions, keep raising your standards. I'll see you very soon. Good night, good day. Bye bye.